Hello, there we go. Now my microphone's working. Hi. Hello. Who's here? Guys, one of my things broke. I gotta fix it. I'm gonna fix it right now. You guys are probably like, what do you mean something broke? I'm gonna say hi to you in a second. I just gotta fix my... Give me 1 second. I need to do some adjusting. Give me 1 second. Give me one. There we go. That's how we need to start our show. I was like, what's going on here? I know I needed to fix my face. How's it going? How's everybody feeling today? Okay, now I'll say hi to you. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. Hello, Philip Mead. Hello, Pengusman Booty. Critical but apathetic, how's it going? Breaded Kobold, love to see you. Commune, how's it going? Matt, how's it going? Rohan, lovely to have you. Mr. Saltman. Raven. Luadot. Oh my goodness, Bildo. Where would I be without you, good sir? We have Godzilla. We got Trixie Trickster. Ooh, we have Bazal Liul again. Hello, I always never know how to say your name. Whenever I see it. What's up? What's up? Logged in. How's it going? Paradox. I'm Sun. We have a glucomethane going on. That seems like trouble in paradise. What's up, Benjamin? Rees. How's it going? Dudo. Dayton. Undine. Gina. How's it going? Many greetings to you. Hello, Sorcerer. Hello, Furious. Hello, Shades. We gotta go turbo indeed. Fluffcopter. Jackie. Cow. Zach. Lecoq's Destiny. All right, we said hi to every single person. Stream over. Monsieur Fax, thank you for the sub. Also, guys, I finally got YouTube notifications working. Yes! You will get properly notified. Wait, Twitch subs shouldn't be at 69 yet. That's an unrealistic starting goal. Damn it, I always miss like one thing before stream starts. Every single time. I'm never just perfect. I'm never just a perfect guy. I am flawed. We can't start at 69. We have to build up to 69. We start at 25. We set reasonable goals so that we can feel like we are accomplishing them. Same thing with writing, friends. You're never gonna finish that book if you don't finish that first paragraph. And we're never gonna get to 69 if we don't get to 25. Let's be realistic with our lives and ourselves. Anyway, it's a homebrew review night. It's homebrew review night. All right, we can back up a little bit. We can back up a little itty bitty, little small, little teeny weeny itty bitty little bit. Uh-oh, it's gonna get crazy. What happened to all my... I lost a bunch of my... This is frustrating. You remember I made all those crazy new things? I lost a bunch of them. This is just... I'm not supposed to even be here. Oh, I'm annoyed. It's alright. We're gonna figure it out. Cinder? It's fine. That's not what they're here for. They're here for you. And they're here to get a little bit of attention for themselves. And besides, is the most important new camera still working? Yes, it is. So as long as this one's still working, I think we're good. Because at the end of the day, this is really all we need. And now, here's the question. Oh, wait. What's better? Is it better like this, or is it better like this? That's the real question for the ages, chat. That's what I need you to tell me right now. What do you prefer, eyeball or no eyeball? Everybody tell me in the chat. This is eyeball. This is no eyeball. What's better? What's a better look? Because you get a lot more forehead with no eyeball, you know? You think it's better with the eyeball? But you're missing out on my forehead. Okay, we'll put the eyeball back. You think no eyeball? We can kind of just exist in sort of like a weird state of transition. What if it's like this? That's pretty good. Anyway, sorry about that. I don't know what we're getting started with. Everybody, calm down. We're just getting started, okay? We don't even know what we're doing yet tonight. That's not true, Cinder. You know exactly what you're doing tonight. I thought I had to sneeze, and then thought I had to yawn, and then I didn't have to do either, but I was in position, so I just kind of leaned in. Also, there is a burp coming. There you go. It's a little one. Alrighty, friends. Jesus fucking Christ. Today, friends, is a homebrew review day. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it is. Can anyone else on mobile not submit? I swear it never works for you. I don't know, man. Today, one of your players linked you a short of mine about a thief rogue healer they wanted to play. So we're making a Warforged sentient heal bot that went rogue. Yes! Dude, the rogue medic, that video of mine, that was one that did very well. That was one of those videos that I was like, oh, maybe I'm a semi-successful content creator sometimes. I'm glad your player's using it. Also, isn't it weird when little strings connect like that? I had a weird moment like that. So I have never met a fan in public. I've never had somebody come up to me and be like, "Hey, are you that guy?" I have that. That's not true. I have had it, but I've only had it happen at a convention. But a friend of mine who is a trainer at a gym, one of her clients really likes Dungeons and Dragons. And she was like, oh, I have a friend who is really into Dungeons and Dragons. And he does YouTube videos. And she like pulled up my YouTube channel. And he was like, that's CinderBlocksally, I know him. So my friend had one of those moments, but I didn't have one of those moments yet. Is it weird that excitement makes you slightly sick? It is not weird. That is pretty normal. You want to hear a confession? So I used to do a lot of theater. There was a while in my infinite timeline that I was a thaumaturge and a dramaturge. Not a thaumaturge. I was a dramaturge. And I did a lot of theater and like live show stuff. I think it's part of why I really like streaming. And every single time I had a performance, I had to poop beforehand because I was so nervous. Every single time I had to poop. Every single time. Because I was a little nervous. But I also had a lot of fun. I was very excited. What's up, Moot Point? How's it going? I will say, it's still a thing. I poop before most streams. And that's the kind of conversation that you guys are here for. Cinder, why are we talking about poop? I thought this was a homebrew review thing. What are you doing? Why aren't you just a floating head? I love when there's a new person and they're like, you have a body. It's like, we all have bodies, friends. We all have bodies. Thank you for streaming on YouTube, because now you can watch while you're in engineering class. Amazing. I hope one day you are distracted from a bridge that you have to build, and that I am the one that makes it fall, and that I pay for the negative impact I had on society. When do I do tentacle reveal stream? It's in the works, Trixie. It's in the works. What if I told you, can I be honest? I'll be really honest. Hand to whatever god you worship, hand to Tiamat, hand to, Lathander, whatever. Whoever you want. It actually is in the works. Not kidding. And you can interpret that how you want, but I will say that I am being 100% honest. I know I like to bullshit a lot on this stream, but there is a genuine tentacle reveal that I'm planning, and we're going to work out. It's a matter of figure. Honestly, it has a lot to do with the sort of lenses we need. Okay, now I'm talking about bullshit, but it is going to happen. It's just a matter of preparing it properly. Did stream just start? Yeah, it just started. If anybody on YouTube wants to submit homebrew today, the link is in the video description of the channel, or of the stream. And if you're on Twitch, you can do the command wheel, and it'll pop up in the chat. And hopefully it'll be navigatable. And if you have any problems, you can beg in the Discord for help. Kindly. My man looks so comfy. I have to try to be comfy on stream. I sit here for like 100 years. You don't understand. It's so much being in one place. I'm actually trying to get I'm trying to save up for a standing desk. Because it's so much sitting. Like when I take a break, I just have to like pace for 5 minutes just to like move my legs. And then usually the first thing I do when I finish streams, I just take a really long walk and watch the clips. You have to poop before submitting homebrew? Nice. Okay, guys, tonight's homebrew wheel. And tonight is a special homebrew wheel because there is no, there's no rules. I mean, there's rules still, but there's no prompt. There are rules. There's no prompt. So you can send in anything you want. Is there a podcast we could watch you play on? There is. It's called Unbalanced Encounters. You can look it up everywhere podcasts exist. I actually just finished editing a trailer for a new little bonus arc that I ran on the show as the Dungeon Master. Normally I'm a player in that game. But I did a Dungeon Master little mini arc where the adventure was, it's about a bunch of animals. It's from the perspective of some animals and sort of the Rescuers vibe. And we had Caustic Phoenix as a guest. And she is very cool if you don't know her. Show the wheel, you fiend! I want to see if I'm there. You'll see it soon. There's something we have to do before I show you the wheel. You all have to say hi to each other. Everybody say hi to each other. YouTube, I can't put you up on the screen due to Twitch's terms of service, but you guys say hi to each other too. You just don't get as much of a spotlight. Now, this is an important part of the process. Does anyone remember why this is an important part of the process? What up? Why? It's important because we are going to be doing something that is very fun, but we're also going to be being a little bit vulnerable. We have to try to remember that every single piece of homebrew we're looking at is written by a person with good intentions, and a person who is wanting to grow as a writer. So, in chat, if you want to give feedback, which you should, I'm big fan of that, because at the end of the day, you guys have a lot of brains, and you're very smart, as much as I'd like to talk down to you. What is the music shift just got? Music's getting weird. All right, we'll worry about the music in a second. We have to, when we're giving feedback, we want to do it in a way where we're not being cruel, and we don't want to be mean. So when you say, hey, if you don't like a piece that somebody made, instead of being like, hey, I don't like this, you got to talk about it. You say, this is what I think about it. This is, you want to give some input. So an example might be, if you think a piece feels a little bit janky, say, I feel like this isn't written super clear. Bildo, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Hello, GM Workshop. How's it going? Guys, GM Workshop just got partnered. Look at that little beautiful little check mark. Yeah, this is not written up to your future standards. Bildo, are you sure? You have Rona right now. Oof, Magoof. I'm sorry, buddy. Hooray! Oh, the price is right. Thank you for the sub. Where is Bildo? Are you fucking with me or not? Hey, Cinder just dropped by to say, I love your videos and streams. Gotta hit the sack. Go hit the sack, buddy. Hit that sack. Just don't hurt your hand. And maybe don't hurt the sack. You know? Hooray! What was that hooray? There was a second hooray. I don't know. It was a mysterious hooray. All right, Bildo. I'm not sure where you're seeing it, but if it happens again, let me know. All right, friends. Do you think we've given enough time? We should take a look at the wheel. Oh yeah, we've given enough time. Oh, the wheel's gonna be packed tonight. Very exciting. You guys want to see it? Ready? Set. Boof. Behold the wheel. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, give me 1 second. I actually need to do something. Chat, excuse me for 1 second. Excuse me for 1 second. Let's see if I can fix this really quickly. Alright, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta figure something out. I fucked something up. Give me a second here. I'm not sure the best way to fix this right now. Okay, chat. I gotta figure something out here. Give me 1 second. What did I do? Well, I'm not supposed to show chat of YouTube and Twitch together at the same time, and I synced my YouTube and my Twitch with Streamlabs, which makes things much easier to do a lot of back-end stuff, but it automatically synced the chats, which is not what I want. Maybe I just have to go chatless on screen? Maybe that's what we have to do? I am pondering the chat. How did you even get it to do that? If you use Streamlabs, you can use more than you can connect to a YouTube account and a Twitch account. And they just sync up. Have I thought about going bald and embracing the beard? I can't. Why do you have to go bald to embrace a beard? You know? Okay, wait. I might be able to do something here. No. All right, let's see what that does. We're gonna do an experiment. We're doing an experiment, guys. Nope, that didn't do anything. That just made all of you disappear. All right. We're not gonna worry about it right now. Chat. Let's go back to the wheel. I think we're just gonna go wheelless tonight. I think that's just what we're gonna do. Not wheelless, excuse me. And you guys can look at chat in the sides. I love you, chat, but, you know, I'm not in love with you. Oh my god. What the fuck is this thing? Get out of here. Alright, we're gonna just make myself really big. We're just gonna become big. There we go. That's good. I love you. It's not that I don't love you. It's that I have to follow fucking terms of service. It has nothing to do with love. It's terms of service. I gotta respect the terms. Otherwise, I won't be able to partake in the service. All right, we'll figure that out. We'll find our long-term solution later. But for now, you get more of my big head. Woo! Woo! No. We'll get chat back on stream for the next one. I just can't figure it out right now. I gotta do like technical stuff that would take time and is not fun to watch, I'm sure. Good evening. All right, let's see. Did anybody get their homebrew in that last little bit while I was fucking shit up? Oh yeah, a couple people. All right, everybody, that was not me messing up. That was me being generous to these 3 people or 4 people or 5 people. All right. You just submitted? Nice. Why is the wheel so big? This is what it's like on the open homebrew nights. This is why you should participate when there's a prompt. Because when there's a prompt, there's 20 people on the wheel. When there's no prompt, there's 100 people on the wheel. Yeah. That's just the way she goes. I don't make the rules. You put the name of your homebrew? You always have one. You always get one. This music's intense. Too intense. Okay, chill, guys. We're just getting started. Music. Why are you acting like we need to be crazy tonight? We don't need to be crazy. We're fine. Realistically, if anything, we're you know, we're just living our lives. Sponges? What are you talking about, sponges? You've lost your mind. You're out of control. Somebody better calm you down. Or it's gonna be trouble. Oh, it's gonna be trouble. Cinder, what the fuck are you doing? Looking for music. Why didn't you have it prepared before? Because I'm an unprofessional. All right, we're going to the workshop. We're starting off in the workshop. I think it's an apt place to start for the night, don't you? Oh yeah, we're here, baby. What's my favorite superhero? I don't know if I have a favorite superhero. When I was little, my favorite superhero was Nightcrawler. I still like Nightcrawler a lot. Hey, Bruno, what's up? All right, should we spin the wheel? Should we give her a spin? Is it time? I think it's time. Nightcrawler's a top tier pick? Nice. Yeah, because I really like Nightcrawler in the old X-Men cartoon, and I really like Nightcrawler in the original X-Men movies. The second one, he's like one of my favorite parts of that movie. Oh, we're starting with a drunk gnome. Ah, a drunk gnome, you say? Well, I think I need to fix my camera a little bit. Were you guys gonna tell me this? Were you just gonna let me go all stream like this? Seems like you were. I mean, it's fine, I guess, but like, you know, give the man some decency. I think I need to be more like this. And then maybe... Perfect. No, I guess we'll stretch it out a little bit. Okay, that's better. Drunk Gnome, what you got for us today? This is my take on a fiend-focused blood hunter. I am gonna make you so sad right now, Drunk Gnome. I'm gonna make you so sad right now. I am so sorry, but we're starting with sadness. And some people in the chat know why. I'm gonna be very blunt. Drunk Gnome, you've been around before, so you might not have seen this, but I've talked about this before. I have to be honest with my reviews. And I don't give feedback on something that I don't know anything about. I have never played a D&D game with a blood hunter. I have never been a blood hunter. I have not even read the whole blood hunter class. In my opinion, from everything I've seen, the blood hunter feels like it should be a subclass of a fighter. But you might love the blood hunter. And if you love the blood hunter, power to you. But in order for me to give feedback on the blood hunter, in order for me to give feedback on a subclass of the blood hunter, I would need to know anything about the blood hunter, which I just don't really. So it would sort of be like me giving feedback on ketchup, but not knowing what meal you're putting the ketchup on. So, friends, some 07s in the chat for our dear drunken gnome. Don't boo. What the fuck are you booing for? You booing me or you booing the gnome? Neither is acceptable. You're booing Artemis for the joke? Alright, fair. I missed the joke. What did they say? Blood hunter? More like blood shunter, am I right? Okay. I guess that's a reasonable boo. All right. We'll give Drunken Gnome a little applause. But yeah, it's the same reason why I wouldn't give you feedback on a homebrewed subclass for a class, for a homebrewed class. Like, I just don't know. I just don't know nothing about them. My only relationship with them is the one that Taliesin played, and my feeling about it was I didn't know what subclass it had. It seems like it seemed like it was just a fighter with the subclass. That was its class. Caught the stream 30 minutes after the short was uploaded. Nice, gamer. Well, welcome. Okay. Let's spin again. I'm sorry, Gnome. I feel like I feel like it's just a known thing now, but I guess it's not. Boo! It's Aweef. Aweef. Oh, fuck. Aweef. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But I hope I did a good job. This was inspired by the hunters of Artemis from Greek myth. Okay. I like a little myth every now and then. Bloodhunter is weird. It's a class that damages itself to deal more damage, but has no way to get the health back except by normal means. Yeah, I think that it's very much a glass cannon as far as I can tell. It's pronounced AFK. Like Eve? I'm so confused, Danger Dane. I'm sorry. I'm not smart. Consider me a dumb person. If you guys want it, it's Irish. Okay. If you write it phonetically, I'll pronounce it correctly. Because I'm okay at that. Ifje? Ifje Scorched? Guys, if you want to take a look at this on your own, separately from me, here it is in the Twitch. And here it is in the YouTube. This is called the Oath of the Huntress. The Oath of the Huntress is a pledge to the goddess of the hunt, dedicating a woman to abandon romance in pursuit of strength, purity, and happiness. So, this is a really solid, well, it's a long sentence, but it's you're getting a solid idea out immediately, which feels really good. What I want to see, though, a little bit more of, and you could either get that in by having, honestly, just another sentence, like, a little bit about what it feels like to be the thing. Whenever we are writing our little subclass description, it's important that it doesn't just wink and nod at the lore of it, but also, like, the vibe of it, what it feels like to be. This is the elevator pitch for the subclass. What's up with the wheel? Do you just review people's things? Tuning in for the first time? So if you put a piece on if you submit in the form in the YouTube video description, or on Twitch, if you just do the command wheel, it goes up on the wheel, and then I spin the wheel, and if it comes up on the wheel, we review it, and we review it from a handful of different perspectives. But yeah, but basically, I want a little bit more description in here, you know. This is all vibe. We need a little bit more behind the vibe, but it's good vibe. For a long sentence, it's a good sentence. It's the Wheel of Fortune, but 70% nerdier. Yeah, exactly. Let's see this, and it comes with 3 tenets. It has chastity, Protect your kin. Maintain nature's balance. What's being reviewed? The Oath of the Huntress. We have chastity. For a huntress, maidenhood is their greatest virtue. It is what separates them from the world of men, but also what protects them from it. Protect your kin. Your fellow huntresses are your sisters. Always stand for your family. Maintain nature's balance. Do not overhunt, nor abandon the hunt. Nature has a balance that must be maintained. Okay. I'm gonna say that I think for this one, in a weird sort of way, I think you need another oath. I think you need another tenant. And the reason for it, in my opinion, normally you're gonna have 3 or 4. And almost always, if you have, I think maybe with the exception of the Vengeance Paladin, maybe, if you have tenants that are centered inward, you have more because you have like a 3 that are out. Not always, but I think because chastity is so inwardly centered that it would benefit having a third outwardly focused one, if you wanted. You want to put it out there that Artemis's followers are not strictly women. Orion was one of her followers. The gender exclusivity can be cut. Is there anything on here that says you have to be a woman to be this subclass? I don't think so. I mean, the language is, you know, I guess it's somewhat implied in chastity, but I don't know, man. I wouldn't gender lock it. If anything, it makes me think of, there's a comic book series called The Invisibles, which is a really amazing comic. It's up there. If you're somebody that's like, I liked The Watchmen, and The Watchmen is really important, The Invisibles is right up there with it. And one of the main characters in The Invisibles is a transgender woman who is like a daughter in a long line of weird magical women. I don't know, man. I just think there's lots of, you know, there's a lot of, I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it's fine. I think the language is fine, and I think you could hand wave it and it would be fine also. Invisibles is great, yeah. All right, let's take a look at the spells. You're thinking of making a parry-focused subclass. Anything that you should look out for when making a subclass focused on damage reduction? I would say the most important thing to think about is you only get 1 reaction a round. So you don't want to make too many things on... So if you're limiting yourself to things that are based on a reaction, I would say you want to think about what sort of features you could give this character that wouldn't be a reaction. Because otherwise you're going to make everything a reaction. Let's take a look at these spells. Random question. This strikes you as a Wonder Woman subclass, so it could go with her temper outside of the world's negative impulses. Alright, let's take a look at these spells. We have Hunter's Mark, Zephyr Strike, Cordon of Arrows, Locate Plants and Animals, Conjure Barrage, Non-Detection, Freedom of Movement, Locate Creature, Conjure Volley, Swift Quiver. I mean, it is a solidly... This is strong vibes. These spells are strong vibes. I think that this... I don't... Off the top of my head, all these feel like they fit. They feel like they fit the theme really well. I think all of these are ranger spells. Or most of them are. But that's kind of what the subclass is, right? It's like you're rangerifying a paladin. At least all of the vibe here feels more ranger than paladin. Let's take a look at the channel divinities. Yeah, the spells look good. I don't really have any... there's nothing that's like, oh, that should change. I feel like there's some strong stuff. There's some situational stuff. There's a lot that's going to help you sort of feel the vibe a little bit more. My big fear is this just feeling like a ranger, but that might be the intent. Well, the spell list is only one piece of the puzzle, Geo. So I think, you know, we'll see when we see. Speaking of channel divinity, when you take this at the 3rd level, you get the following channel divinities. You get Step of the Panther and Bane Arrow. Step of the Panther. As an action, while not wearing medium or heavy armor, you can silence your movements. For 1 hour, your footsteps produce no noise, and you have advantage on stealth checks. Interesting. Really interesting. You'd add Pass Without a Trace? My guess is they didn't because of this, or because they liked these spells more there. Step of the Panther is interesting. I don't know how I feel about it not working with medium armor. Like, I get that you're encouraging them to go in the direction of a ranger paladin, but I think that we shouldn't completely eliminate the ability for them to wear at least medium armor while using this feature. I don't know. I feel like I would open that up a little bit. You don't want to like pigeonhole the player too much. What advice would you give for building channel divinity options? Your channel divinity, in my opinion, should essentially be the power level of a little bit better than a 2nd level spell. And if it is going to be doing damage, then you should figure out a way for that damage to scale somewhat, or if it's interacting with the damage cycle. So if it's dealing damage, preventing damage, healing, it should get stronger over time. So it should be tied to like your charisma modifier, or proficiency bonus, or something in terms of the numbers. And if it's not doing damage or dealing with damage, or if it's the type of thing where it wouldn't make sense for it to scale, then you want it to basically be like more powerful than a 2nd level spell, but not like quite as powerful as like the more powerful 3rd or 4th level spells. Let's take a look at Bane Arrow. As a bonus action, while not wearing medium or heavy armor, again, I don't think we should be always not wearing medium or heavy armor. I don't like this as a, like, if you want to limit these people to being dexterity focused and not wearing medium or heavy armor, I would just say you can't wear light or heavy, medium or heavy armor. I wouldn't lock it behind the channel divinities. I would either be like, this subclass can't use medium or heavy armor, or these can be used with medium armor. Bane Arrow. As a bonus action, while not wearing medium or heavy armor, you can transmute all ammunition you use into either wood, iron, silver, or gold. These count as magical to overcome resistances and revert to their original form after 10 minutes. So, as I'm reading it, is this just flavor text? But what is actually happening is you can just make any amount of ammunition you have count as magical for 10 minutes? Or is there an intended purpose for the... I don't understand why we're turning things into wood, iron, silver, or gold and then making them magical. And I don't understand why that would be called the Bane Arrow either. Especially because Bane is already, like, very specifically a thing in D&D. Yeah, why can't you be wearing armor to do this? I don't know. I genuinely think the only reason these armor things are up here is to encourage the player not to wear them. But if this subclass requires the player not to wear them for it to work, just say that at the top. What if it deals extra damage against creatures who have resistance because it turns into their weakness? I don't think any creatures have weakness to any of these things other than silver. Okay, I don't really know. I don't know what this one's supposed to feel like. I guess what I would say is that's my feedback, is that this first part feels weird compared to the... I don't understand. So what I would say is if you want to make this like you are changing different types of materials into each other, do that. If you're trying to do this, you're getting like a super special arrow, just give you like a channel divinity that gives you like a super arrow shot, you know? Maybe you could use, what about this? How about this? I'll tell you what the first thing that popped into my head was. The first thing that popped into my head was if you're trying to build a dex-based paladin, you should be able to do a channel divinity where you enter a mode where you can smite at range. That's what you should have for this channel divinity. You could even call it Bane Arrow. But you activate it for 10 minutes, you can smite with your ranged weapons. That would be a fantastic channel divinity. Really strong, and it would fit this vibe a lot. And then we get something else at 3rd level. This is not normally a thing. Normally at 3rd level, you just get your spells and your channel divinities. Let's see what this is. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. What the fuck is happening? That was crazy. Hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why did that song play twice? I don't know. Well, it seems like we still have some hiccups in our new layout. Hi, who just came here? Who's that? Look at me. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Radiant Soul? How's it going, guys? We're reviewing some D&D Homebrew. Welcome to the show. So normally, paladins at 3rd level, in fact, every paladin at 3rd level, they get their spells and their channel divinities, and that's it. If you are deciding to give your paladin anything else at 3rd level, you are very actively deciding to make it function fundamentally differently. And here's what I'm going to say. If your subclass needs you to utterly break the structure of a paladin for it to work, my question to you would be, does it need to be a paladin? And if it does, you just need to make sure that the way you're introducing whatever that new element is going to be reasonably balanced. So let's just take a look at what this is, because I think that there is sometimes sometimes it does make sense, right? Like if you're making a storm paladin and you get a special feature where you can use lightning instead of radiant damage for your smite, I feel like that just makes sense. So let's just see what we get. We're getting 3 extra things at 3rd level. So long as you do not break your oath, you no longer age. This probably should not automatically happen, and I would just make this something we got at a higher level. There are several different classes in D&D that get this feature. Off the top of my head, monks and druids both do. They're part of their core class. So that might be a reason. I'm not telling you not to make this a paladin, but like that might be a reason to make this a monk if the monk is already getting things that you would need to get here. But I would not just add this at 3rd level. If anything, add it at 15th. 15th is the level where you have the most wiggle room to do like weird stuff. Monks do age, they just don't show it. Ah, my mistake. Cheap tactics. Thank you for the correction. So like, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't just give it at 3rd level. Let's see what else it goes. Your divine smite and your divine smite and all smite spells you cast now allow you to apply their effects to ranged weapons so long as the weapon does not have the loading property. I would not just give this as a feature. This is so powerful. This is I don't want to just shut you down, but this you can't just open this up. There are things you could do to make this work if you wanted to. There's things you could do for sure, but you got to be very conscientious of the things that you're doing. The easiest thing that I would do, this is what I would do. If you want to be able to smite on all of your weapon attacks, first of all, I would just say, the way that I think I would write this is you can now use your Divine Smite and smite spells with all weapon attacks, so long as they don't have the loading property. You can cut a lot of the words out. But the way that I would make that work is instead of you rolling D8s, you would be rolling D4s. Maybe D6s. Or, here's what I would do. You would be rolling D4s, and then your Channel Divinity would be for 1 minute, not for 10 minutes. For 1 minute, you could roll D8s. Yeah, the Paladin is largely balanced around needing to be in melee. I agree. Honestly, that's why I'm saying, like, if you do keep this, make the dice you get for the smite way smaller. But I think the better option is to just make it like a mode you can activate with your Channel Divinity. Isn't the main feature to make this subclass flavor-wise work, though? Well, it might, yeah, cheap tactics. I think it is, but it sort of feels like you're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. So I think that you can do that, but you have to be realistic about the impact that that's going to have. And right now, as written, this feature, even with the Channel Divinities not working when we're wearing real armor, this feature is too strong. Just straight up. The less bloat on the subclass, the better, I think. If there is an ability in the subclass that a main class already provides, I think it may be a good idea to consider switching the main class. Yeah, I don't disagree. And then we can also cast Find Familiar. And you get a wolf. Okay, okay, so now what is starting to happen is you are getting essentially the equivalent of a lesser pact boon familiar, which is like a warlocky thing. What is happening now is that I think you are trying to fit too much of the fiction into this. The Find Familiar is a perfect example. As a paladin, if you want to, there are lots of different ways you could figure out getting Find Familiar. This is a thing a character can figure out how to do on their own if they want to. So I think you're doing too much here. I would drop all 3 of these, and I would give them a Channel Divinity that allowed them to shoot, use their ranged smite. Because this is just way more powerful than anything else any other paladin is going to get at 3rd level. Honestly, it's way more powerful than, like, even just, like, the multi-classing potential here. Like, could you guys imagine dipping 3 levels into this and then going rogue? So you are smite sneak attacking on all of your ranged attacks? Yeah, you could also make Find Familiar an Oath spell, for sure. Get rid of Hunter's Mark. Or honestly, either of these could go. You don't need both of them. Yeah, so you got to tone way back with the power that we're getting at 3rd level, because it's just way too much. Just frankly, way too much. It almost seems like, to me, what it reads like is if I was going to build a D&D character, including all the magic items they got, and I was going to maybe mix some classes together. And we don't really want to just do that. This is legit just adapting Artemis from PJO into D&D. Like, everything about it is trying to force this. Anyone knows who the series can spot it. I don't know what PJO is, but it does feel like, I don't know what that is, but this whole section feels like that. Feels like they're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. You could also, you could have a Channel Divinity to summon a pet wolf, too. You could have a Channel Divinity to summon a pet wolf. You could have a Channel Divinity to shoot laser arrows. You could have all sorts of stuff. Let's see. Aura of Sight. Beginning at 7th level, your perceptions become strong enough that they flow out of you to aid allies. You and any creature within 10 feet of you gain blind sight out to 60 feet. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me. That's insane. That's such a long distance of blind sight. Like, I'm trying to think about how I could even describe. Like, this is sort of like you have like a 4th level spell on all the time. You just get a free 4th level spell that should require concentration all the time. At 18th level, it increases to 30. Oh, I see. I mean, even if it was 30 feet to start, everybody getting blind sight is too much. This is really strong. I think it's still, especially on top of everything else, like, I think you got to tone it back. $10 feet of blind sight, then go into 30 could work for sure. Oh, you're right. The increase is not... No, guys, you're wrong. It's 60 feet. This increases to the... is to the radius of your aura. Yeah, this is crazy too strong, my guy. I'm sorry. But, like, you just can't... This just doesn't work. I mean, other ways that you could represent sight could be creatures getting a bonus to their passive perception while they're within a certain radius of you. That's what I would probably do. Creatures, you know, all creatures of your choice within 10 feet of you gain a bonus to their passive perception equal to your charisma modifier. Boom, done. Aura of sight. And you could call it like always on the hunt or something like that. But you gotta, auras are powerful because they're on all the time and because they can affect any number of creatures. So you gotta be pretty reasonable in the things you give them. Can't be surprised either. Could work. Bonus to ranged attack rolls would be in flavor too. I think that would be too strong, but it would be flavorful. I wouldn't just make it the alert feat, but you could make it parts of the alert feat. Oh, we have a new subscriber. Thank you, wheat smoker. You wheat smoker, you. Smokes a lot of wheat. Smoke weed every day. I like the idea, but what if the blind sight only allowed you to see inside the area and not beyond it? I think that would go against the hunter vibe of, like, super awareness. But maybe that could work. But even then, I think it would be a little bit much. If it was dark vision instead of blind sight, I think that would also be somewhat reasonable. But I don't think that would be as fun. You know? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's see. Then we have Body of the Hunter. At 15th level, you have advantage on dexterity saving throws, advantage on checks against grapples, and survival checks to navigate. And you gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. Hooray! I'm not sure what we're building towards with this part. The Clay Pete, 2 months. Let's go. Reading this, I feel like you could achieve the same effect going Ranger and picking the Tasha's features. Yeah, this kind of... Like, I guess I still am just quite... I don't understand why this is a Paladin. I think that's what I'm getting caught up on at this point still. You think that seems underwhelming for 15? 15 does not do... 15 usually gives you, like, one cool new thing, but they're never insane. What if the majority of these abilities worked on the Rangers? Oh, Bildo! You fiend, you. 4 months. Thank you, buddy. What if the majority... Okay. What is happening with my fucking alerts? Why are they going insane? Why are we having double alerts all of a sudden? I don't know, man. No, not that. I don't know. We're just gonna have to deal with it tonight. It'll be fine. Or it'll be fucking the worst. One of the two. I feel like it would undermine what they are going for, but it does seem to fit the it does seem to be a good idea overall. People might think paladins are the only class that make an oath. Breaded Cobalt, if you complain one more time about me taking too long on someone's homebrew, I'm going to take 2 minutes on your homebrew. This just strays too far into the Ranger territory. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Let's take a look at the last feature. Bildo, don't ask questions where that might be frustrating in a way where I need to deal with tech stuff. Don't encourage annoyances, because I don't want to have to end stream frustrated. Beginning at 20th level, you have gained mastery over the creatures that you hunt. As an action, you can begin your hunt and gain the following effects for 1 hour. 2 direwolves appear beside you. You can telepathically communicate with them. They are loyal to you and obey your spoken or telepathic commands. You can cast Animal Friendship at will. You can cast Polymorph on yourself and become a creature that you have slain below CR 15. Okay, okay. I think you got to pick something here. You want to turn into a big wolf and have some wolf buddies? You could do something like that. You want to turn into a big crazy monster of CR 15? That's not what we should be doing at 20th level as a paladin. It just doesn't make sense. It is not underwhelming to be able to turn into a CR 15 monster. I like the idea of the Huntress. The tenets are nicely written. The spells are cool, but I think we need to move away from trying to make this paladin feel like a ranger. And I would say, what would this paladin get that would be solely unique that a ranger would not get? Because in its current iteration, this thing is just too strong. And it weirdly doesn't have a unique identity in a lot of ways. Because it is just a ranger that can smite at range in a lot of ways. It has some unique features, but they're not really selling a fiction. Like, giving everybody 60 feet of blind sight is definitely unique, but it's way too strong. And, like, what is the... It's not... I don't know. It's not... I don't think it's helping sell the fiction. So I think the question that you have to ask yourself is, why is this a paladin? And if there is an element of the core paladin class that's really important to you here, that you're trying to capture, then lean more into that. But if you are fighting the paladin at every turn to make this work as a paladin, then make it a ranger. Make it a fighter. Make it a rogue. Make it a monk. When you're making a paladin, it is a weird dance to play. It's a weird dance to dance. It's a weird, weird dance. Either way, a noble effort. I hope you keep working on it. Good luck with your hunter paladin. Let's give Awif a round of applause, please. Thank you for sharing. Let's see. Any more flesh for the wheel? Oh yes. More meat for the pyre. All right, let's just see something here. Okay. All right, whatever. We'll deal with that in a little bit. All right, let's give her another spin, shall we? How long do you plan on streaming? Hundreds of years. Boom. It's time for Mr. Eagle. Mr. Eagle. My main question about this is if I had added too many pieces of equipment. Huh. Wait, let's take a look. We're looking at a background. We get backgrounds so rarely. I love looking at backgrounds. The medical practitioner. Medicine, then pick one from animal handling, deception, nature, persuasion, or sleight of hand. I like that there's sort of like a wink and a nod to you being a little bit of like a not actual doctor with the deception and sleight of hand. All right, what do we get? A lab coat, stethoscope, cotton swabs, needles, pouch containing 20 gold, medical license, common clothes, scalpel, messenger bag, artisan's tools. You think this is too many things? I don't think so. Fake doctor's your next character? No, this isn't too many tools. I think it's fine. This looks good. This looks good, dude. Do not harm is a conviction I stand by. However, if there are those who do harm to others, I'll stop them. Money's a non-factor. I'm a perfectionist. People's suffering does little to dissuade my pursuits. I will heal my comrades so they won't abandon me in my darkest moment. I've got a few screws loose in my head, but I'm hardly qualified to give myself a diagnosis, so why bother? Yeah, these are good. This looks good. Honestly, I feel like you could maybe even combine some... I mean, it almost feels like you don't get enough stuff. Also, yeah, you don't get healer's kit proficiency. Oh, they don't need proficiency. That's a good point. Yeah, it just works. Why would it... It shouldn't be at the bottom. Why is it at the bottom? Down here? Why is this written all the way down here? Put that up here, you silly goose. So, that's going to probably be my main feedback for you. All of this personality, ideals stuff, put that at the bottom. All of the mechanical stuff, put at the top. I don't know what Prism Scroll is, but whatever it is, it has nothing to do with where you decided to put things. What's up, Tanner? How's it going? Whenever you're making a background for D&D, you want it to be structured similarly to the way that it's written in the books, where you get all of the proficiencies and starting equipment up front, and then you get everything else afterwards. And it's just for making it easier to reference, or so that you don't lose track of things. Like, for example, every single person in chat assuming that you didn't get this. This seems more depth than other backgrounds. I actually don't think it is. I just think it's the layout. Maybe they wrote more personality trait suggestions, but I don't think it's not really more than any other background. Same with the language. All of this stuff should be at the top. I agree with Cinder. This does not seem to be more. At most, it's tiny, but not much. Yeah, no. I think having more, like I don't know. Maybe I think this could even just come with a healer's kit. I feel like that would be reasonable. Good night. We gotta go turbo. Because plenty of things, or one of these kits, right? One of the things that you're proficient with, wherever the fuck it is hidden in here. One of these things, like, you know, instead of you just having proficiency in it, you also get it. If you feel it's too much with a healer's kit, just deduct a bit of gold. That's true. That's true. Give him 10 gold and a healer's kit. It's a D&D fantasy world. You don't know what science or technology they had. It's when the hyperdemic needle was invented in our world, we didn't have magic and spells and other dimensions and things like that. So it's not a really. It's sort of like saying, you know, the Power Rangers. They couldn't defeat the monster until they got really big, so One Punch Man, he needs to get really big. Because the Power Rangers needed to get really big. It's like, well, you know, neither one is real. Alrighty. I think I'm just going to turn the volume down on everything a little bit. Because otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. Cinder, you're going to lose your mind? Yeah. So give me 2 seconds. Okay. I feel like with flavor enough, any magic can be religious, and only full casters who can't be religious the only full caster who can't be religious with a subclass is wizard. You could make a religious wizard. We've seen them before. You got to be a little bit you gotta. We've seen them before in the channel. They're not bad. I think the thing that you just have to be a little bit caught. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub. Who was that? Who was that? The Price is Right. The price is right. Plenty of magic-related deities. Yeah. We saw a wizard with a cleric-y subclass once, but it was kind of just trying to... It was kind of just like a wizard trying to be a cleric. Didn't really feel like it had its own identity. All right. Who was this? Mr. Eagle. Let's give Mr. Eagle a round of applause. Mr. Eagle. All you really need to do is address your organization of things, but that piece is solid, dude. And give them a healer's kit, and then you're good to go. And then you're good to go. That burp was for the people. The people united will never be defeated. As they say. The wheel is packed? Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit packed today.
Hooray!
It's a little bit packed today. Trixie Trickster gifting some subs. That's very kind of you. It's a little bit packed. You need a burp emote? Next wheel when? Next wheel right now. No, when's the next stream? I think the next stream wheel, let me check. I'll check for you right now. The next stream is not tomorrow. I have a stream. Tomorrow I have a stream that is in the afternoon. That's not a wheel stream. I think my next wheel stream is going to be on... I'm going to do a small... I might do a wheel stream on Wednesday, and then we're going to do a wheel stream on Thursday for sure. And then another one on Friday. So Thursday, Friday, yes. And Wednesday might be a call-in show. Might be a wheel. We'll probably play it by ear. You've returned from your travels. Welcome back. Boo! It's the Ocarina of Warping. Ah, somebody misread the document and put the name of their item instead of themselves. And so we shall never know who they are. Just a simple utility item based on the warp songs from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Let's take a look. Oh, buddy. Buddy. Geo, that was you? Geo. Guys. Wait, that's the right, this is not the right vibe.
Hooray!
This is not the right vibe. Everybody calm down. Gone, but not forgotten. Ocarina of Warping. Gone, but not forgotten. May your owner correctly format their forms they submit next time. Goodbye. All right, we gotta keep that song open for the next person that inevitably does that, because you know it's gonna happen again. It's the nature of our game. It's the nature of the beast. Where did that hooray come from? What happened? I don't even know what happened. We're just getting hoorays out of the blue. We don't know where the hooray came from. Oh my god, my announcements are fucked. What did you miss? Just me getting frustrated with my setup never being exactly what it's supposed to do. Nothing major. Just you know, just the usual. The usual. All right. Who's ready? Your despair is growing? Good. You can't really rig the wheel, but people do like to claim that they can. Bucket a 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 boo! Ah, it's time for Dumbass 1991. Deep message. Hey. Is there no participation today? Participation in what? Oh, to call in?
Hooray!
I guess we could do call-in stuff. Hup. Jack Barrett gifting 3 community subs. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. If it's already on the wheel, no, because then I won't be able to find it. Because I will search it, because I put whatever you put on there is what is on the wheel. So don't change your name or I'm not going to be able to find you. This is called Create Force Grenade. There it is on Twitch. There it is on YouTube. Feeble, thank you for the sub. Feeble Cursed one. Oh, you get the little quiet hooray in the background, too. Get the double hooray. We're double hooraying it tonight. Yeah, you can come on stream. I'll grab you. But I'm going to be impatient if your microphone's not working, so just so you know. Hey, Dum Dum, what's up? Hey, Dumb. Hello?
No. What's up with you?
How's it going?
Yeah?
What do we have here? A force grenade? Hello? I could hear you for a second, but now I can't. Did you turn your microphone off? Is your microphone just really bad? Is that what's happening? Maybe your wires aren't connected properly? All right, I'm going to give you 8 seconds to figure your shit out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, is it working now?
Could be working.
Are you talking? Okay, well, it's not working. I heard it should be working. I'm hearing like a word every... I'm
hearing you through...
All right, I'm going to hang up on you if you don't figure this out. This is exactly what I meant by it taking too long. Are you talking to me in Discord? Can you hear what I'm saying? Dumb. All right, I'm hanging up on you.
I can't hear you in Discord. I can only hear the stream.
All right, well, that's a... Why is that? All right, 1 second. Let me see if that's on me or you.
I think that's a me problem.
Yeah, I should be coming through Discord. All right, I'm going to hang up on you if you can't figure that out. But I'm excited that you wanted to talk. And if you can't figure that out, I'll tell you what. I'll leave you in the Discord for a little bit. Talk if you figure it out. In the meantime, I'm just going to review your homebrew. Okay, guys, if you want to come on stream when I review your piece, you can. But please, make sure your shit is working. This is called... And also, if you type in it, your name's about to pop up. So maybe don't do that while I'm reviewing it. Create Force Grenade, a first-level evocation. Casting time 1 minute, range touch. Duration 7 days. 7 days. Okay. You create a... One second. All right, let's see here. You create a force grenade. You can only carry your total number of force. You can only carry your total number of force grenades equal to your proficiency bonus. I would probably not say you can carry only, but I would say you can only, and I would probably put this at the end or somewhere, like you can only ever have a number of force grenades created with this spell equal to your proficiency bonus. And if you try to create another one of them it dissipates, or the oldest one dissipates. I wouldn't base on how many you can carry. It should be summoned. As an action, a creature can throw a creature can throw a grenade at a point up to 60 feet away. I would say a point it can see up to 60 feet away. With a grenade launcher, the character can propel the grenade up to 120 feet away. The grenade detonates on impact. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on the exploding force grenade must make a dex saving throw. The creature takes 2d6 force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. And every creature that fails the save is pulled 10 feet to the center. And every creature that collides with another creature or surface takes another 2d6 force damage for each object it hits. Huh, interesting. Why do you need to see it? You need to... There needs to be some element of that, because if it's just a point within 60 feet of you, you could throw it through a wall. Right? No? Am I imagining that? I feel like this could be a ritual. If the duration is 7 days, you're just going to prepare some in advance and never worry about the lost spell slots. Yeah, I agree. I think this could definitely be a ritual spell. There's only really one part of it that feels pretty clunky in its current iteration. What the fuck are you doing, music? And that's this second half. I don't know how I'm going to calculate this. Because first of all, you don't really mention how it interacts with objects. It just interacts with creatures. So no objects are being moved. And that's a lot of extra force damage, potentially, for a first level spell. I think that you have to balance out the fact that first of all, this does a little bit less damage than your average first level spell. Does about a third less damage, right? This could very easily be 3d6 and it would feel fine. It's force damage though, so it's pretty strong. But I actually think that's fine. I think you do the pull in and you do the force damage, because the fact that you can pre-cast them and give them to other people is a strength as well. And I don't think this sentence, I don't think this mechanically is clear, this second part, and I think it's just weighing it down. And I would just drop the whole second part. Yeah, the secondary damage would definitely be bludgeoning damage, but also I think it makes it sloppier. I think it makes it feel less tight. The grenade launcher line is a little funny just because I feel like it implies a great deal about the existence of grenade launchers in your game. But I think it's a fine thing to keep in. If anything, you could just take it out and put it as like a little asterisk note at the end. Like, if your game includes technology like grenade launchers, then the range can be extended to 120 feet if one of these is fired through a grenade launcher. That's probably what I would do there. Dumb, did you figure out you're getting your microphone working?
Just did.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. You?
I'm going well. All right, did you hear all my feedback I just gave you?
Yep.
Cool. Do you have anything you want to share? Thoughts, questions?
Not really. I think you got it.
Cool. Yeah, it's a fun piece. I like the idea of like a little spell you can like prep to launch. I think that's fun.
Yeah, I based it mostly on the grenade launcher and grenades in the DM's guide.
Oh, okay. Do they do a thing where they like suck people in and they take more damage?
Nah, it's just a modern frag grenade. So, just the launcher extends the grenade distance.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, yeah, I think it's fun. Okay, cool. Well, if you don't have any questions or thoughts, then I shall bid you adieu. I'm sorry we couldn't talk
Thanks.
for longer, but I love you. Goodbye. Click. All right, that was our dear Dumb. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We got to switch up the tunes a little bit. All right, we're going to the magic shop. Oh, yes. The magic shop. There's music? Nick is the bottom of our list. Where are you at, Nick? There you are. One more. Contos. Uh, 2d6 plus 2d6 is not too strong, but Ice Knife also, it does a lot of, the Force Grenade also does a lot of things the Ice Grenade doesn't do. Namely, you can give it to anybody, so it can be thrown by anybody. It lasts 7 days, so it potentially doesn't even really take a spell slot. And then lastly, it moves people on the battlefield, so I don't think it's a fair comparison. Yeah, it's also it would also be an extra 2d6 per object, so it'd be a little too much, as the birdmen of the Great Hills once said. All right, let's give her a spin. Boo! It's Mokole. All right, Mokole, what you got for us? Where's chat? I messed up stuff with my alerts and stuff, and chat was not working properly. And you'll hear if anybody donates things, a lot of the alerts are like echoing, so I had to take it off screen because it wasn't working. I'm gonna try to. I'll figure it out tomorrow, hopefully, or tonight if I'm awake. This is Mokoles, a paladin subclass based on the history of my world and its history of gods fighting themselves. All right, here's the thing. If you build something based on your own home lore, it needs to still stand on its own 2 feet, separate from that world home lore. Like, I need to not care about your homebrew campaign to still want to play it, you know? There it is in YouTube. There it is in Twitch. Ugh. Let's see. We got playtest. This is, I know it's not something I've read before, but it's giving me deja vu a little bit. True divinity is sacred. Your words are false, and you will pay for that deception with blood. Mandos Ekar, first generation dragonborn, leader of the Claw of Elwha. The old Claw of Elwha. All right. A rare and ancient oath that has been whispered down the ages, kept alive in rare libraries and ancient dragon tongues. This, dear sir, is not a full sentence. Just so you know. This is the description of a, this is a noun. This is a long noun. You know what would make this a full sentence? You could take one word out of this and fix it. Chat, first person to tell me what word you take out to fix it wins. One word. You literally don't need to change anything else. Anybody know? Anybody see it? It's okay if you don't. Yep, that is correct. Yep. Zockers wins. You want this sentence to make sense? Take out the word that. Then it would suddenly have a verb. An ancient oath has been whispered down the ages, kept alive in rare libraries, and ancient tongue of dragons. Boom. Then it's a cool sentence. Just as mortals can ascend to godhood, sometimes mortals must be employed to keep that power in check. Paladins who swear the Godbreaker oath have fought against the lords of the higher worlds, the forces of the shadow and the dead god, and even more recently the gods of mankind themselves. Okay, it's a little you're sort of losing us in the descriptions here, because some of we don't know what any of these things are, but all this is good if you fix the first sentence. Let's see what our tenets are. One who swears, blah, 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 blah. There's only one. This is, okay, this should be a tenet. Why is this not a tenet? This is a tenet. There is only one infallible source of divine power, the celestial dragon. Boom, there's your first tenet right there. Make that a tenet. The description of the tenets shouldn't be a tenet. You just don't need this. We have cast down those that falsely claim divinity. You need a shorter name here. This is chonky. What's a word for you could call it like, you know, something charlatans. Condemn charlatans. Hi Sloth, how's it going? There are many ways to usurp the power of the divine, binding God's blood, calling upon the shadow. The Godbreakers keep a keen watch for those who would use that power in false and twisted ways. Yeah, rebuke heretics. Sunder false gods. Yeah, all of those could be good. This is very wordy. You got to tighten these. This is too wordy. Keep the words of peace. The celestial dragon speaks rarely. Its words are divine law. Follow them and make sure the world does likewise. Okay. That wouldn't be the words of peace. That would be the words of the dragon, though. But I accept. Defend the faithful. Those who walk the path of righteousness. These need to be shorter, man. I'm getting bored reading this. You don't want me getting bored in the middle of reading your tenets. This sentence doesn't say it. Like, for example, this sentence literally says nothing. The gods of the world demand many things of their followers. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. We don't need that. You don't need to write that. We know that. Gods have demands. Like, we don't need that. This is a nothing sentence. Get rid of it. Those that walk the path of righteousness deserve to be protected from those forces that twist the holy words. Oh my god, this is such a long sentence. This includes priests that use their powers for their... You're just tying in the heretics thing again. Okay. Cut this down to 3. This should be 5 words. Yeah, this is the longest. This one's genuine gobbledygook. You know what this sentence could say? Defend the faithful, and just that. Yeah, this is making me frustrated, and I haven't even looked at it yet. Come on, man. You gotta tighten that. You gotta tighten that up. This can't be. It's not technically. It's 2 sentences, but that is all 1 sentence. 3 Cats says, I feel like this goes for most religions. I'm gonna be honest here. These are very vague. All of them are. The only thing that makes them not vague is the named NPCs. If you took out the named NPCs and you boiled these down to what the tenets are, these are the tenets. Listen to the god. Beat up people that pretend they listen to the god. Defend people that listen to the god. I feel like that kind of just is Paladin. And I wish these were more specific. And I think if they were more specific, you wouldn't need to rely so much on the details of the named NPCs or the lore-specific things to make them feel specific. It would just be specific on its own. But yeah, you got to work on this word count. Okay, let's take a look at the Oath spells. We get Detect Magic, Shield, Earthbind, Mind Spike, Dispel Magic, Magic Circle, Aura of Purity, Locate Creature, Circle of Power, Hollow. Chat, what is the fiction here? What is the fiction that these are selling? Genuinely, I don't know. So when you're building a paladin, you have very specific space to be creative. Because there's certain things a paladin needs to have. Paladin needs channel divinity. Most paladins need an aura. You don't really get a unique class feature that you can make anything until level 15 with paladins. The only place that you really get the creative freedom to express your character idea is in the spell list. This spell list feels disjointed. Now, you, as the creator, might feel like there is a reason for every single one of these spells to be here. But even if there is a reason for this spell, and 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 this spell, all of those individual reasons do not combine into this spell list working. Because there needs to be a reason not for each individual spell, but for the collective of spells. There needs to be a theme that they are all working towards. Exactly, Frack. Yeah. So I don't know what that theme is. So I'm continuing to be like, I don't really know what this paladin is supposed to feel like. Because the tenets are kind of vague, and the spell list is disjointed. It's just a bunch of stuff. Some people in the chat are pointing out that shield for sure isn't breaking a god. Well, I mean, a lot of spells aren't breaking a god, right? Realistically, you haven't broken a god. You're working towards breaking a god. But I don't think any of these feel like they're selling a specific fiction. Or maybe each one individually, there's an argument for it. But when you look at them in total, there's not a vibe. And that's the issue. I think that spells that would help them hunt down evil divine entities specifically would make a lot more sense. I mean, maybe that's what they were thinking of with, like, Locate Creature. But yeah, there's stuff that's just not here that could be protection from, like, protection from evil and good would make so much sense to be on this list. Let's take a look at the channel divinities. Maybe we'll find more of a vibe here. Isn't the Warden Paladin just kind of this concept? I don't know. I wouldn't say exactly. The Warden Paladin is like not necessarily fighting gods. It's like fighting. You mean the Watcher's Paladin, not the Warden? The Warden isn't a Paladin. Kinda. The Watchers I always sort of saw as, like, they fought, like, Eldritch stuff. Yeah, aberrations, exactly. Let's see what we're getting for these channel divinities. By spending a channel divinity charge, you can use an action. Just say as an action. You don't need to say spending a channel divinity charge. As an action, you strip away divine magic from your target. Make a melee attack, and instead of dealing damage, force your target to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15. This should be your spell save DC. You're a paladin. You have a spell save DC. There is no reason for this to be 15. It is your spell save DC. Failing the save strips away the lowest level spell slot of the target. You can affect spell slots equal to your proficiency bonus. This power lasts for one... Okay. Oh my god. This needs a little bit of work. Okay. So, the first thing is... It lasts a minute. That should be at the top. So what I would say is, as an action, you can gain the power to strip away magic from divine creatures for 1 minute. And then, say, once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can choose to deal no damage, instead forcing them to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they lose... On a failed save, if they are a spellcaster, they lose 1 spell slot of their lowest level, or something like that. Paladins do already have protection from good and evil, but just because a paladin has access to a spell doesn't mean you shouldn't put it on their spell list. In fact, if you look at any paladin, you will see they have quite a few spells that are on their spell list, like protection from good and evil. That's because a paladin spell list doesn't take away from the spells you're picking, it's adding to your spells. So if, for example, you had protection from good and evil on your spell list, you would always have it prepared, and you could just pick another spell to prepare. Yeah, the only exception is warlocks, exactly. I think it's an interesting idea. I think that a lot of people are going to... I think some people are going to have some trouble with it. I think that it's not going to be as strong as you think it is. You can affect spell slots equal to your proficiency bonus. Doesn't make any sense, so I'm just going to ignore that sentence. I don't know what it means. Rikuri brings up, I think, the most important point here, which is that in the current iteration of D&D, monsters, even spellcasting monsters like wizards NPCs, they don't use spell slots anymore. They cast spells at certain levels, but if you look at any monster stat block written in the past year plus, they don't use spell slots. So this doesn't really work in the current way the game design is going. Zonker is saying if your proficiency bonus is +3, you can affect up to 3rd level slots. Then Zonker, I don't know if you wrote this piece or not, but whoever wrote this piece probably should have written that here, because that is not clear in the way this thing is written. Because it very specifically says it takes away their lowest spell slot from the target. This doesn't say spell slots of a level equal to your proficiency bonus. This says equal to your proficiency bonus. I'll tell you what, the first time I saw this, the way that I read it was you could use this feature during this minute. You could use this feature your proficiency bonus number of times. That's the way that I read it. It should just silence the caster or make them unable to cast spells. I agree. That would be the move. You hit a creature, it's a one-time thing. The creature can't cast spells for a minute, and maybe they can make saving throws or something. Or maybe you need to concentrate on it as if concentrating on a spell. That could be it. When you hit a creature with the ability to do magic, they make a saving throw, they lose the ability to do magic for a minute, and you have to concentrate on it while as if concentrating on a spell. That could definitely work. We talked about the DC shouldn't be 15. It's your spell save DC. It should be your spell save DC. Also, call me crazy, I don't think it should be a wisdom saving throw. I think it should be a charisma saving throw. Because I feel like charisma is like your force of presence. And this is like I am removing you from this space. Like you have no presence here. So I would make a charisma saving throw. It'll actually make it a little stronger if you make it a charisma save also. And then we have Smash the Wall. This allows you to reduce the magical protections of your enemies by 1 step. As an action, spend channel... You don't need to say any of that. Just say as an action. As an action, you can force all Fae, Fiends, Aberrations, Celestials, and Elementals within 30 feet of you to make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, cause them to lessen their innate protections by 1 step for 1 minute. Immunities become resistance. Resistance become normal. Okay. They do not gain vulnerability. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now that you can't do this. This is too much. Too strong. Too strong. I'll tell you what you could do. If you want this to not be too strong, you can make it affect 1 creature. And you could make it remove resistances, but not immunities. And it would just remove resistances. Pick a creature, they fail a saving throw. If they fail it for a minute, any damage resistances they have, they lose them. And then also, in order for that to be balanced, I would also make you concentrate on this as if concentrating on a spell. But that could work. And if you feel like that's not big enough, then I would say go in another direction. Also, why is this called Smash the Wall? And why is this called Censor the Wicked? I guess Censor the Wicked makes sense, but I wouldn't call this Smash the Wall. If anything, it's like weakening the wall, you know? Crack the foundation. No, yeah, exactly. I don't think this should fuck with immunity. It just doesn't make sense. Break the shields? Oh, break the shields could be a good name for it. Yeah, break the shields could work for sure. You think it seems like a con save? Maybe. Yeah, a con save would make sense for sure. Alliteration is fun. All right, let's take a look at what we're getting at 7th level. Beginning at 7th level, you and your allies within 10 feet... You and allies within 10 feet of them, and 10 feet of you, gain advantage on attack rolls made against any creature that has used divine magic since the end of the paladin's last turn. I would go in a different direction here. This is really situational and really niche, and it is not super well worded right now. I think you got to open this up a little bit, and I'm going to give you an example of what I mean. I use this example a lot. Yeah. You wanted to say since the end of your last turn, but I don't even think we need to do that because I think this just needs to be new. I use this example a lot. If you want to make a paladin that hunts dragons, you don't make it good at hunting dragons. You make it good at hunting things that do things that dragons can do. So you make it good at hunting creatures that can fly. You make it good at hunting creatures that fight with area of effect. You make it good at fighting creatures that fight with elemental damage. You make it good at fighting creatures that see really well. You know, any of those that have a fear aura, although paladins are already good at that. This is too specifically, this is counter divine magic. I would take a step back and I would say, what is something that is common amongst divine celestial creatures? I would go through the celestial creatures in the DMG and I would look at them, and not the DMG, the monster manual or whatever, and I would look for commonalities. And I would extrapolate from those commonalities things that I could give this that would be more open-ended and could affect things that were not just the Celestials, and that also could be used if somebody wanted to take this and go in a slightly different flavorful direction. Radiant and necrotic damage, not a bad idea. Healing, flight, all things to think about for sure. But that's the kind of stuff you know how to think about, and then build something that fights against that. Because you already have two things that are anti-spellcasting. If every single thing is anti-spellcasting, your subclass literally just doesn't do anything against 80% of monsters. And that's not going to be fun. Alignment stuff is weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, I don't know if I would mess with alignment stuff. Let's see what we get at 15th level. At 15th level, you become more powerful the more divine magic you are exposed to. When you're affected by divine magic. Also, I'm gonna be really honest, and this is gonna be a frustrating thing, but it's just true. Divine magic is not anything in D&D that is monster categorized. Divine magic is maybe, there's an argument for divine magic being player categorized, but there are spells that are divine magic or not divine magic depending on who's casting them. So how does that work for monsters? Like, what is a divine spell? Is Cure Wounds a divine spell? Cure Wounds, it feels very divine. But a bard can cast Cure Wounds. Bards aren't doing divine magic. A druid can cast Cure Wounds. They're not doing divine magic. So not only, I think, do you need to pull back. They can't? Yes, they can. Let's see what happens. So if a monster casts one of these sorts of spells, or an ally within 15 feet of you casts a spell, you gain 10 temporary hit points after the effect is resolved, unless they were brought to 0. This sentence is also kind of fucked, because who's the they? You gain hit points unless they were brought to 0 hit points? What does that mean? I think that you got to focus this in a little bit. Who's the they here? And maybe this should only affect... I don't know if... I'm not sure what you're doing with, like, monsters or other creatures. Like, if you want to do that, then what you want to say is... Whenever a creature casts a divine spell within 15 feet of you, you gain 10 temporary hit points, period. Just say that. Too high level for such a mechanical class feature? That's not true. I don't think it's too high level. I think it's not good. It's not gonna... this is another one. Like, all of these... Every single thing is... The issue is that it relies on you fighting a spellcaster. We need stuff that is good all the time. We can have some stuff that's better against spellcasters, but we need stuff that's good all the time. Because if you don't, you're going to be in a situation where if somebody's using this, the dungeon master is in this situation where they're either always using spellcasting monsters or they're, like, not letting you use your subclass. Oh, meh. Oh, I'm sorry, Frack. I misunderstood. I thought you said mech. My bad. Thank you for clarifying. Also, what the fuck is this thing supposed to feel like? How are these spells what we're getting for this class? Like, this is... I would call this... This doesn't feel like a god... The only reason why this is a god killer is because you say the word divine. If you got rid of the word divine and you just made it all spellcasting, this is just the anti-mage paladin. But it's not a mage hunter, Yazakhan. It's supposed to be an anti-god paladin. Alright, let's see what we get at 20th level. At 20th level, the paladin can call directly upon the word of the celestial dragon that empowers their oath by taking an action. Stop writing this way. As an action. As an action. And don't say the paladin. When you're writing a subclass or a class features, you write them in second person. As an action, you summon a blaze of power that glows around you. How long does it last? 1 minute. Okay. You get +2 to your AC. You get a 60-foot fly speed. You can make melee attacks as normal to affect a target within 30 feet. Just say the reach of your weapon attacks, you gain plus... You can just say you gain... I would just say you gain plus 20 to reach to all melee weapon attacks. By sacrificing a spell slot, you crash into the ground as an action, creating a tremor that deals force damage in a 10-foot radius equal to 1d10 per spell level used. I wouldn't... I would just... don't do that. Just give them a special move they can do as an action. Also, again, make this based on your spell save DC. So, the last feature we get, drop the sacrifice a spell slot thing. That sucks on a paladin. Paladins get such few spell slots, and you're using them for smiting anyway. Just give them a cool thing they can do, and just make it so they can do it once per transformation. If you want it to be if you want it to be resource dependent. So the last feature we get is sort of like you're sort of like a dragon. But everything else is like you just punch wizards really good. So I feel like you got to figure out a middle ground between those two. And if this is like you are the heretic hunting paladin, again, what should the heretic hunting paladin be good at? Well, they should be good at hunting heretics. That means more than just anti-magic. For example, how about this? How about this? How about this? What if you got rid of one of these channel divinities, and we got a channel divinity where when you activate it, you can grant yourself +10 to an insight check? What if you could cast it so you have advantage on insight checks for a minute? Why? Well, because if you are a heretic hunting paladin, you need to be good at telling if people are lying. Because you're hunting heretics. So that's the kind of stuff you should be thinking about, I think, in what things you want to change and add to try to make this feel like it could work well outside of just specifically messing with divine magic. Zone of Truth would also make a lot of sense. I agree. That's like Emissary of Peace. Well, it's sort of, but it would be like the opposite. It's like Emissary of Inquisition. So those are my thoughts. It feels a little disjointed, and my guess is that you told me that this was based on your world lore. So I think probably what's happening is there are some connections that you are making that we are just not seeing. And maybe that's fine for your game, but if you want this to be a little bit broader, I think you really want to focus in the flavor of it. Yeah, Detect Thoughts would also make a lot of sense. Compelled Duel would also make sense. I agree. All attacks are surprise attacks because no one expects the Inquisition. Oh my god. That's such a bad joke. Yeah, it is weird. I agree that it is also weird not having Counterspell, but they have Dispel Magic. They have Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic is the alternative. I wouldn't do both. You are, though? All right, fine. No, it was a very good joke. Yeah, it's super anti-magic. I think it's a neat idea if you can focus in the Inquisition anti-magic vibe. But right now, it kind of just feels like a paladin, but instead of getting subclass feature, or it just feels like it feels like the flavor of it feels very open-ended paladin. In terms of, like, what's going on here. And then the mechanics are a little bit, like, just hyper-focused on one very specific aspect of gameplay. So you got to broaden it out a little bit. You know, D&D is a game where you're really not just running around punching monsters. That happens, but there's a lot of stuff that happens in between. And that in-between time, it's still important to have features that make your character feel unique and special in those times. At least the ones that would be relevant to them. And I think for somebody that is like a heretic killer, you have to be pretty good at like navigating, communicating with people, and finding like the deceivers. All right. Okay, Mokale, I hope that was helpful. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, thank you, thank you. What if the aura forced a check if someone was casting spells next to you? Again, it's very specific. I worry it's too specific. Why did you put your name as the document? Whoever this person is, I'm not going to put you on the list until you fill out the form properly and put your name properly. So the person who sent in Raiden, who said, I want my player to be Raiden for Mortal Kombat, put a name here, and then I'll put you on the list. They are the document? Oh. But until then, I'm skipping you, just so you know. Named the document the Raiden and named himself the document. That's, hey man, you got to listen. Life's about commitment. It's about give and it's about take. Sometimes we give, sometimes we take. Do you guys want to say, hey, did you guys all see my new face? Hi. Not everybody was here when I showed it earlier, so I want to show it again. In case anybody wanted to see it. And if you don't like the third eye, if you're like, oh, that's weird, we can get rid of that. And then we can just kind of live our lives like this. Does that sound good? You know? Boop, I'm back. All right, I just wanted to show you. In case you missed it. Spanish Inquisition subclass. Oh, fuck. Nope, wrong screen. I'm clicking shit. I'm not trying to click stuff. Okie dokie. No, that's the wrong screen. That's the screen. Because chat don't be working right now, unfortunately. Okie doke. Should we give her another spin? Let's see if that person changed their name. Oh, they did. Oh, it's you? Squatch, I know you. You've been here, but you've been on this road before. Every road has its thorns. And we're spinning. You want me to end the stream? Nah. I did that once earlier today. Somebody told me to do that earlier, and I pretended to end the stream, and like 40 people left. And then I came back, and I was like, I thought it was funny that like 40 people left, but it also was stupid that I did that. Torn is up. Ooh, a first homebrew feat. Wait. Whoa. We forgot to do a round of applause for Moloke. Moloke, round of applause. No, we did. Oh, we did it. We did. Oh, I'm sorry. I always feel so bad if I forget. So if I feel like I forget, I have to go back and do it. Because if I did forget, I would actually feel bad. Because every single person that submits homebrew does deserve a round of applause. Because it's scary. You know? You're putting yourself out there for some fucking jabroni's stupid show. Why? You know? At whose behest? First homebrew feed, I'm unsure about the numbers. Also unsure about whether to limit the third part to within a site-specific range. All right, let's take a look. Torn. It makes me think of the thing that was going on Germa when he was playing Scorn. Scorn! The feed is called Planner. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know what this X is for or what these are for, but you get rid of these. Is this notes? Like you're not sure? I'm gonna ignore those, and I'm gonna assume you just didn't know how you wanted to write it yet, and that's not intended to be an X. That's gonna be my assumption. If I'm wrong, you can let me know. Are you also on Twitch right now? Yes, I'm on Twitch and YouTube. The feat is called Planner. Your intellect, insight, and intuition enables you to predict your needs and plan for every circumstance. Increase your wisdom or increase your intelligence, wisdom, or just your intelligence or wisdom by 1 to a maximum of 20. Once per some amount of time. Don't say may, say can. Anytime you put may, 99% of the times that you write may in your homebrew, write the word can. And I've told you once, which means I'm going to get annoyed the next time I see it. Listen, build it into your blood. Carve it into your face. Can, not may. You can declare that you had purchased an item and pay its cost. You must have reasonably been able to purchase and carry this item, and it must cost at most up to your character level squared. Nope, that's not math we're going to do in D&D. That's madness. Okay, so once per day. Here's what I would say. I would make it once per long rest. And what I would probably do is I would probably let it be something that you could do over the course of a long rest. I wouldn't let you do it immediately. I would probably say over the course of a long rest, you can declare that you purchased an item within the past 24 hours and paid its cost. You must have reasonably been able to purchase it within the time period and carry this item. And then I would probably say it can cost an amount of gold equal to your character level plus your proficiency bonus. Something like that. Or maybe 2 times your character level. But it can't be that high. I would say it should never be higher than 50 gold. Because as soon as it hits 50 gold, it's just a free health potion every long rest. If you want. So that's kind of the vibe that I think you got to keep in mind. Because once you hit 50 gold, you're dealing with health potions. Why not just give them a flashback feat? I think that's kind of what it is. I don't really understand what it does, but it's kind of late here. It just appears. I think the idea is that it allows... what it's trying to do is it's trying to use a mechanic that allows you to have foresight where it's as if you predicted you needed a thing. Yeah, it doesn't really appear. It's like as if it was always there. You just bought it yesterday. Yeah, you need to... Yeah, exactly. You're basically buying an item late so that you have it on time. Pengus Man Booty brings up a really, really, really good point. Pengus Man Booty says, hey, we went shopping and we got this. Is that okay? That is a line I have heard my players say to me at least 4 or 5 times every campaign. And I have never said no. So I do think that it is worth thinking about how you phrase this in such a way that you can't just do that with a dungeon master. I guess it sort of creates a mechanic so it doesn't have to be a conversation every time. But that is definitely worth thinking about. Is that some tables would probably just hand wave this whole thing as like a thing. Like, sure. Because if it would have been reasonable for you to buy it, and it would have been reasonable for you to carry it, and you have the gold, there really is no reasonable reason for a dungeon master not to let you have done that. So if you had 48 gold when you visited the health potion shop, you could just retroactively buy it the next day when you got 2 more gold. That is how this would work mechanically as written, yes. Well, we haven't gotten to the third part of the feat yet, so we're talking about the first one. Put it on layaway. My DM loves to do this all the time, but that's because we have a very lax with the rules and stuff. Yeah, you don't want to assume that. Like, it definitely could fit for a game where Dungeon Masters aren't into that sort of thing. Let's take a look at this third feature, because apparently it's going to tie it all together. When a creature attempts an ability check, you can, not may, as a reaction, have that creature roll with advantage or disadvantage. Explain how you planned for this. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. This is really strong. First of all, this doesn't tie into this at all, so I don't know what you mean by the third feature is going to tie it together. But I think that it's too strong. Here's what I would say, Torn. This is not exactly a Clockwork Sorcerer ability, but it is very close to that ability. It's basically the opposite of the Clockwork Sorcerer ability. The Clockwork Sorcerer ability allows you to turn advantage or disadvantage off. This allows you to turn advantage or disadvantage on. So I would argue that this is stronger than the Clockwork Sorcerer ability. I like the vibe of the first one quite a bit. I would completely drop the last bullet. I think I think it's overpowered. I think that it's almost, because you know what it basically is? It basically is tying the lucky feat into this feat. It's I wouldn't even tie it to skill checks. No, I would just drop it. I don't think it's the move. It doesn't, I don't think it's the move. It's so different from this other feature. And why would planning allow you to impose disadvantage? Like, why would somebody have disadvantage or on advantage on something because you planned it? Like, I just don't, I don't buy the fiction of it. And I feel like it's essentially the lucky feat, which is already strong, but it's actually stronger than the lucky feat, because you get proficiency bonus uses, so you end up with more than 3 uses a day. It's not exactly stronger than the lucky feat, but it's certainly at least as strong as it, just with this one bullet. So because of that logic, you got to get rid of this bullet. Go more into the planning aspect. If a trap or event subjects you to saving throw, you can make that save an advantage. This is what I would do. This is what I would do if I were you. I would drop this entirely. And what I would say is maybe something like, when you would have to roll a skill check, you can instead spend 10 minutes recounting information you have about this thing, and instead of rolling, act as if you rolled a 10. And just give yourself a 10. And maybe if you wanted to take less than a minute, you can do that some amount of times per day. But that's probably what I would do. You can spend 1 minute recounting information, going through your notes, to give yourself a 10 on a roll instead of rolling. Love you, bro. I wished I had people to play D&D with. You don't have people to play D&D with? I'm sorry, buddy. Listen, we can't always find people to play with. But that's why Baldur's Gate exists. But hopefully you will. There also are websites and stuff you can go to. If you're not in my Discord, you should definitely check it out. There's plenty of very friendly people there, often who are running games for people. Swap it for you have advantage on charisma saving throws to avoid being subject to magical travel. You have advantage on that roll. So banishment, vortex warp. You could go in that direction. But again, I don't know why that would be planning. It's the thing that I like about it, that I want to point out that I like quite a bit, and I think it's something that people pushed back on. I like the vibe of, like, trying to incorporate flashbacks into game mechanics. I think it's a clever way to represent a planner. Blades in the Dark or Monster of the Week or one of those games has a mechanic like this called I Know a Guy, where basically you can call to have a flashback where you make a scene of you buying a crossbow, and then you pull a crossbow out of your bag. So it's not an unheard of mechanic in other TTRPGs. It's just something that we don't see a lot in D&D. And I think the reason we don't see it a lot in D&D has less to do with the mechanic and more to do with the structure of D&D and where the power is in D&D. Because in D&D, the Dungeon Master really holds the narrative power. But in a lot of other TTRPGs, the players end up holding quite a bit of narrative power too. So it makes a lot more sense to have let me tell you what happened last week without having to make it like a scene that the Dungeon Master okays and role plays through. I understand what the concept was, but the concept doesn't work. It still doesn't work for the last one, Torn. It's just too strong as is. There's not really anything else to say about it. It's just mechanically busted. The other thing is the second ability feels very similar to Flash of Genius. If not in mechanics, it is similar to Flash and Genius. That's why I think I would not go in the direction of Flash of Genius. I would go in the direction of... do the key command Discord, you dingle-dongle, you silly goof. I would go in the direction of, a planner is somebody that takes their time. So I feel like a cool way to represent that would be you can take longer to make a skill check to get a better roll. That, to me, makes sense. Because that literally is what a planner does, is a planner plans. That takes time. So to have to devote time to getting better on a roll, I think fits better. All right, those are my thoughts, Torn. I hope that was somewhat helpful. Thank you for sharing. It's a very fun idea. I think the feat has a really strong flavor to it. It's just a matter of toning the mechanics in a little bit. All right, guys, let's give Torn a big old round of applause. I think that was their first piece of homebrew ever, or at least in a long time. On this channel, at least. Not forever, ever. What if it's inspiring leader? You're not sure where to go from there? Well, I'm not sure where to go from there either. What if it is inspiring leader? Will it be inspiring? Guys, I need to pee so much. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to keep going, okay? I'm going to be quick, though, like lightning. And I'll give you something... Oh, we got to change the music. I'll give you something more bouncy to listen to while I'm in the bathroom. No, let's do this one. All right, I'll be right back. Nobody go anywhere. Stay right here, you silly. I'm gonna be maybe so fast. You're gonna be like, how'd you get so fast, Cinder? that wasn't so bad. I hope you survived, and it wasn't too bad. Did everybody make it? Huh? 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 Fuck you, village. We don't need you. We're going to the river town. Hi. 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 How's it going? Did I miss anything fun? You finally submitted your homebrew? Nice. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we got anything new for that sweet, sweet wheel. Oh, we do. The horror. The dude. The bro. He's out of control. You trying to do reverse psychology on the wheel? Is that what's happening? It might work. You never know. You were just texting your friends? Oh my god. Look at that. Rigged. Rigged. Yell it, guys. Yell it. Come on. You all think the wheel's rigged. Yell it. Alright, hard dude, bro. Most recent to submit. Most recent to get spun. Let's see what you got. Wanted to make an item for an Underdark campaign for humans to use in the mines. Art is not mine. Support your artists. Support your artists, folks. He admits it. If he can tell me how he rigged the wheel, I will skip him. But I don't think he can, because I don't think it's possible. I don't think it worked, Bildo. You didn't get picked. We have a Squall Collar. Good name. And the art, it looks like, is by the Dungeon Strugglers. I used to know those guys. I had a couple conversations with them back when I thought I was going to be a homebrew writer. Before I realized I didn't really want to write homebrew on stream. I just wanted to talk about it on stream. Zoran's Spotlight Headband. A wondrous common item. Ooh, I like a common item. Formatting is good. Yeah, formatting's nice for sure. Carved from stone and imbued with dwarven magic, this headband was designed to be used by humans in dark mine shafts. Ooh. Whenever the command word is spoken, the headband emits bright light in a 20-foot cone. To extinguish the light, the command word must be spoken again. In addition, the headband can produce a tiny handheld flare as a bonus action. This flare produces a bright light in a 20-foot radius that can be thrown 40 feet. This can only be done once per day. So, the only real piece of feedback I have for you is this last line. Magic items recharge at a specific time of day. So you gotta say, once you use this feature, you can't use it again until the next day at dawn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until the next night at midnight. That sort of thing. I think it requiring attunement makes a lot of sense for a common magic item. I would say, yeah, for a common magic item, it needs attunement. For sure. For sure. Other common magic items that do less require attunement. Horror Dude Bro. I think this is just pretty solid. It's basically just like a magical lantern. Is it free? Why would it be free? Oh, I guess turning the light on is free. That's true. That might be worth thinking about. Is it an action or a bonus action, or can you just say the command word and then it turns on? For all intents, it could literally be a button. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true. We do need to say where it sits in the action economy. That is a good point. It was made for the common item brew review, but didn't get picked, so I brushed it up and submitted it. Dude, you brushed it up nice. It looks good. I think it looks really solid. Yeah, I like it. Don't really have more feedback than that. I just think it's fun. Actually, I do have feedback. I think that this could be more than 40 feet. I think you could make this 60 feet, and it would be fine. 40 feet is still pretty close. I might bump it up to 60 feet. I think that would be good. All right, we got to change this music. I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of it. We need something with a little bit more oofa to it. Just a little. There we go. Something a little bit more musical. No, we're going to go in this direction, though. All right, Sloth, get out of here. You'll send in your Thanksgiving one next. All right, if you want to. If you can also send in more recent stuff if you want. But I'll do anything you want to send in. Oh, how long does the flare last? That is a really good question. I would have it last a minute. That's a really good question. I would have it last a minute. I feel like a minute feels reasonable. Are there things that can be opened like Google Docs for a review? Yes, that is what most people send their stuff in, is Google Docs. Some people use Homebrewery, which is this website. But you can use whatever you want. If I drop a flare down in a 1,000-foot mine shaft, will I be able to see it still? I think that's up to your dungeon master. Cool. Dude, Winter, this is solid, man. This is a good piece. I feel like, yeah, I think it's solid. Get the action economy in here, get a time in here, and then you're groovy. Let's give Winter a big round of applause. It's a solid item, guys. Oof. That could be a very fun... The flare mechanic of having it last a minute, I think could be a lot of fun. It's one of those things that, like, somebody will come up with some really clever, silly thing to do with, or will be, like, life-changingly important. It'll be the difference between a character death and not a character death, or it will be used to prank somebody, you know? Poof! Yeah, action economy, when does it recharge, and flare duration. That's it. Light cantrip on a pebble. Yeah, exactly. But for somebody that might not have access to the light cantrip. Trixie, I have a lot of power in this realm, but I do not control the wheel. If you want me to, I can't rig the wheel for you. The wheel could rig itself for you, but I have no power over it. So that's why all of your blessings and all of your prayers must go to the wheel. If you want to pray to anything. I'm nothing to pray to. Soldier Cloud Strife, thank you for the prime. Rig me, wheel. If anybody's just getting into the show and wants to know what's going on, you can submit Homebrew to stream very easily. All you need to do if you are watching on YouTube is click the link in the video description. And all you need to do if you're on Twitch is type the command wheel. And you'll get the link. All right, let's go. And we boof. It's Reekland. Let's see what Reekland has for us. A simple system-agnostic setting inspired by Waterworld and D&D. Okay, so if you're sending in something that's like a campaign setting, I'm probably not going to read the whole thing. In fact, I'm certainly not going to. And guys, remember, we're looking for feedback here. So I'm going to be kind of judging your... Just going to be giving you feedback on your writing. And that's pretty much what it's going to be. And if that sounds cool to you, great. And if you're like, oh shit, that's not what I wanted, then tell me immediately. But there it is in the document if you guys want to see it. The command word for the wheel is wheel. Maybe. So this is called Tides of Strife. The world of Tides of Strife is a vast ocean realm with only a few... Okay, I want to point out a couple things before I even read this. This is really not good formatting if you want anybody to read your homebrew. It's really, really not the formatting you want to be using here. Not having indents in your paragraphs, like the random bolding of letters, it doesn't make things pop out nicely. So if you want to be writing paragraphs that have specifically important information, what I would do if I were you is I would put the bold phrase in front and then a paragraph afterward. So so for example, you'd write a vast ocean realm, and then you would write a paragraph about the vast ocean realm, and then you would write a world controlled by powerful and the wealthy, and then you would write a paragraph about that, and then you would say magic is rare, and then you would write a paragraph about that. Sort of the same way that monster lore is written in the book. Like, let me show you what I'm talking about here. We'll just go to any monster, Aarakocra. So do you see how it's written here, where you have like the bold and then the paragraphs, the bold and the paragraphs? And the reason for that is you want your setting to be easy to navigate, and you want it to be easy to read. If you don't make it that, no one is going to read it. Let's take a look at what you actually wrote down here. The world of Tides and Strife is a vast ocean realm with only a few narrow strips of land scattered across its surface, making up 10%. We don't need this detail. This is a waste of space. So if you're writing, this is your opening sentence. This is your opening sentence. This is the first thing the person is going to read, okay? Let me ask you what sounds better. Hey, Cinder, what do you think? I think many things. What do you think sounds better? I'm going to read you both sentences. I'm going to read you the way that I would say it, and then I'm going to read you what you have written. Here's what I would say. I would say, the world of Tides and Strife is a vast ocean realm with only a few narrow strips of land scattered across its surface. That's what I would say. What you have written is, the world of Tides and Strife is a vast ocean realm with only a few narrow strips of land scattered at its surface, making up a mere 10% of the total landmass. You're getting more details in, but you are sacrificing punch. If you're watching on YouTube, the wheel is in the video description. Or rather, the submission link. But you're losing so much momentum here. This is we're starting somewhere. This is digging us into the mud. So get rid of this. The majority of the population resides in sprawling floating cities constructed from interconnected boats and vessels. These aquatic metropolises are the lifeblood of the world, relying on limited land for essential resources. Okay, I don't really have much to say to these. Your sentence structure is a little flat. You have a very similar pattern in all three of these sentences. Describe thing, verbing thing. Describe thing, verbed thing. Describe thing, verbing thing. So you really want to break up your sentence structure here too. This is one of those things where it's like it's the same reason why you can't do run-on sentences. The human that is reading it might not consciously notice that they are going through this repetitive motion as they're reading based on the cadence and grammar of your sentences. But their lizard brain is going to notice. And the way that you keep the lizard brain interested in you... The thing is, the active reader is not the person you need to keep interested in your reading. They're going to read it if they want to read it. The person you need to keep actively interested in your reading is the lizard brain inside the human brain. And the way you keep the lizard brain interested is you do absolutely everything in your power to make them forget they're reading something. And the way you make them forget them reading something is you give them something to do. And when you break up your sentence structure so that you have a long sentence and a short sentence and then a medium sentence and maybe a one-word sentence and then a quote and then some bullet points and things are broken differently and then I have an image, and like when you do that type of formatting, what you're doing is you're making the lizard brain not be able to settle and stop focusing because it wants to find the pattern. It wants to see what the next thing is. It wants to... It doesn't know if the sentence is going to be long or short, so it's like I got to figure out if it's going to be long or short. And that lizard brain challenge is going to lead to your human brain reading more actively. And if your sentences all have the same structure to them, and the information they're giving is a little bit repetitive, which I'm not saying it's doing here, but it's a similar type of thing, then the lizard brain stops paying attention, and then the human brain really struggles to pay attention, and that's when writing starts to feel like work. Not writing, reading, excuse me. And as soon as reading feels like work, you have failed as a writer. And that doesn't mean you can't succeed at some point down the road. It doesn't mean you won't succeed in other places. But if your writing is making somebody think about the fact that they're reading, that means you need to put more time and energy into the way you're presenting your information. And I'm going to be honest here. I'm not going to give you feedback about the things that you're putting in your world. A couple people mentioned it in chat and said it sounded a little bit One Piece-y. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. But when you're building a world setting that you want to present to somebody, and your goal is to be like, here's a cool world setting, use it. The details are almost the least important part. What matters so much more than the details is the one-sentence elevator pitch and the document being fun to read. Permanent failure? Yeah. So what I would say to you is I would probably break this setting up into its component pieces, figure out what the most important things are, and give them each their own paragraph and make it very clear. I would also probably not start with the setting, but I would start with like an elevator pitch. And the phrase elevator pitch is something I use a lot on stream. And if you don't know what elevator pitch means, it's essentially the idea is you say the idea so quick, you say the idea in a few enough words that you could sell it on an elevator. So that's what I would say. I would say my main feedback to you is to spend a little bit more time thinking about your presentation, both visually, but also like philosophically. Like, what do you want the people to be focusing on? And then organize it in a way that those things really stand out. And we talked about this. We did a whole design a region homebrew day last week. And the main takeaway from it, at least for me, the main takeaway from it was figuring out how to sell really nuanced, intricate, specific details within a broad, welcoming, opening, sort of inspirational place. Like, if you can describe, like, I can talk to you about the Castle of Fire until the cows come home, but if I can't tell you if I can't say at least two things that make you go, whoa, I never thought about using it that way, then I probably am not doing enough of those sorts of details. But I also probably need to be able to pitch it in a sentence in a broad way that doesn't rely on any specific details. It's just sort of like, here is the vibe. What do you think? Is this stream for anyone can submit anything, or is there a theme or something? I just got here. This is an open-ended stream. No prompts tonight. Anyone can submit anything. All right. Reichland, I hope that was helpful. Thank you for sharing. I wish you luck on your setting creation. Why would you play D&D in an election? Who knows? What else? Where else are you supposed to play it? Fine. All right, Duck Build, was this you? All right, well, let's give Reichland a big round of applause for their Strife of Tides setting that they're working on. Thank you for sharing. Ortopia. You play D&D in an election so that you can at least see what democracy is? I was very proud of that video I made where somebody was like, tell me something wacky, and I just like made fun of the American healthcare system. And a lot of people thought it was funny, and then a lot of people were like, dude, you're not making anything up. You're just describing healthcare. And it's like, yeah, dude, that's the fucking point, you silly goof. You silly little man. You giggling Gandy. You churning tomato. You thought it was pretty good? Yeah. I thought it was pretty good, too. I like the idea. The thing is, when I review a piece of homebrew that is just story, I'm not really going to judge the story because that's just opinion, right? Like, you're either going to be really excited by doing a Waterworld campaign, or you're going to be like, I don't have any interest in doing a Waterworld campaign, or something in the middle. But there's no right or wrong there. So if you send in something that's like a campaign setting or something like that, I do lean hard in English teacher mode, because it's not my job to tell you whether or not your setting is cool. But it is my job to help you figure out the best way to sell your setting, or how to fix your writing to make it cool. Boom! It's Breaded Cobalt. They were whining earlier about me. Breaded Cobalt earlier was whining about me taking too long on somebody's homebrew. And I told them not to. And then they didn't say anything else the rest of stream. So I wonder if they left. You have a question for me. Have I ever created a subclass around mental illness? Nah, I think that's kind of in bad taste. I wouldn't ever create a subclass around mental illness or special needs or any disabilities. I feel like all of that is unnecessary and in bad taste. You might have an idea of a way to do it that you feel like is not that. And if you can succeed, power to you, but not for me. Still a new DM. Can't go on VC, but I hope you can offer some advice. All right, I hope I can too. It's called a toy sword. Here it is in the Google. I mean, not in Google, in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. Toy sword. A colorful wooden stick with poorly painted hilt. This type of weapon is typically used for training youngsters. You need to say, is it common? Is it uncommon? Does it require attunement? Etc. The toy sword deals bludgeoning, slashing, piercing, or just damage. There is no such thing as just damage. Equal to the wielder's character level. Roll a d4 to determine which type of damage. Why would it do that? Why would you roll a d4 to determine what type of damage? Okay. Oh man, I have some thoughts here. Thought number 1, this should just do bludgeoning damage if it's a toy sword. Thought number 2, a toy sword shouldn't do more damage than a regular sword ever. I don't think it matters how high a level you are. I feel like a toy sword should not do more damage than a regular sword. It's way too much damage. It's not way too much damage till later in the game, but it's still weird. Like, I don't, like, a level 5 character with the toy sword is just hitting the same as basically a level 5 character with a small ability score increase rolling a d8. So, if I were you, I would say, what is the point of this item? What's your goal with this? If I was trying to make an item that was a toy sword, I would probably try to make an item that could be used in play fighting. So I would then be thinking, how can I express play fighting in D&D? Well, you can sort of do play fighting anyway just by, you know, hitting and saying non-lethal damage. But if the idea was it would be like a weapon you would give a child, what I would probably say is I would probably just not have it do any damage, or have it so it can only do damage in a very, yeah, maybe, yeah, that's the other thing is you could literally just make it a normal sword that is not able to do lethal damage. That's a really good idea, Glug. That could definitely be a way to do it too. I've never done a Weird West campaign, no. I'm interested in them. I like the idea of them quite a bit. I don't get to play in games that much, and the games that I do play in regularly are more traditional fantasy. The one game that I'm in often, which is my podcast, is also more low magic fantasy. It is, honestly, the game, our home game is a little Wild West. It's less like Wild West, and it's more like the South. The Southwest, kind of. It's like the frontier, pioneer town. That's not a bad idea. When you hit a creature with this weapon, if you hit a creature that is below half health with this weapon, it deals no damage. You could also do something like that. Yeah, that could work. The wielder takes one piercing damage from splinters. That could work. So yeah, I guess it depends on what you're trying to do with this. Are you trying to make a weapon that gets stronger with you over time, or are you trying to make a weapon that's a toy sword? So if you're trying to make a toy sword, I'd say any of those things. It does no damage to creatures if they're below certain hit points. It automatically can't do lethal damage. I think those are two great ways of doing it. Having it just do bludgeoning damage because it's plastic or wood would make sense. I mean, you say it's wood, so it's definitely wood. I might also make it do a d4 damage, even though it's the size of a sword. Maybe if you use it enough, it can give you proficiency in simple weapons if you don't already have proficiency. That's a cool idea. I would say maybe, yeah, maybe if you practice with it for a certain amount of time, you gain proficiency in a... Okay, here's how you make it cool. The toy sword is a martial weapon, but you only need proficiency in simple weapons to wield it. It deals way less damage. It cannot lethally kill, and when a creature, it does no damage to creatures below half their hit points. Maybe. But if you do enough with it over time, you can gain proficiency in the weapon that is the type of weapon that it is. So it's like, I can't use long swords, but if I fight enough with this toy longsword, eventually I could use regular long swords. Yeah, that could be really cool. Maybe go in that direction with it. I think, again, it depends on what you're going for here. Are you going for a training sword or a toy or like a gimmick? Or those are the things to think about. But that's where my head goes. All right, Breaded Cobalt. Those be my thoughts. Yeah, on-the-job training. I mean, that's something that I do with my players in my game a lot. Don't you guys do that? Do you let your players learn new skills and get proficiency in new things if they train long enough with them? All right, let's give Breaded Cobalt a round of applause. Boom. Appreciate the feedback. I have schizoaffective disorder, and D&D provides a way to highlight some of the positive aspects of illness. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There's the feedback. I'm glad it was helpful. With the below half rule, if I'm at 7 out of 10 and get hit for 4, would it put me at 5 or 3? I think it would put you at 3, but then it wouldn't do any damage after that. Or maybe it would do 0 because it would put you below half. I don't know. That's for the Dungeon Master to decide, or the person who created the item. I think I've cleaned up the Force Grenade. Can I resubmit to the wheel? No. We do no resubmissions ever. If you send me a piece of homebrew and I review it, I never want to see it again. And it has nothing to do with you, and it has everything to do with me. Because I am not your editor. It is not my job to read your pieces over and over and over again. And quite frankly, I don't think you would enjoy it. Because I gave you all of the feedback that I have. If I look at your piece in the current iteration, it is likely that I will get frustrated if you didn't change enough based on the things that I said, if you missed anything that I said. And I don't want you to change anything that you don't want to change. So I don't want to create a situation where I'm getting annoyed with you for you not listening to me when I don't want you to have to listen to me. But I also feel like I see the stuff that you didn't change, and I'm like, well, then why the fuck didn't you change it? If you still want my opinion, why didn't you want it the first time? So there's that. And then there's also, sometimes people change their homebrew in a way that it needs to be sort of swung in another direction. And if I give you feedback that is contradictory to the feedback I gave you before, you might get annoyed with me. So, and it's also just not particularly entertaining for anyone. Like, I don't want to... The only reason why it's entertaining for anyone for me to read their homebrew is because I read the whole thing together with them, and I am quite critical. But if I was just sort of quickly skimming it to try to find the parts that changed, that just wouldn't be entertaining. So for all of those reasons and more. But you are more than welcome to post it in my Discord, and you can share in the Discord. There are many, many smart, friendly folk there. Yeah, the chat is screaming, Discord, go to the Discord. Corporal is the bottom of the list. But are they really the bottom of the list? Yes, they are. The wheel is accurate for once. For once in our lives. For once in my life, there's a feeling the tides will be turning. For once in my life, there's a fire inside me that won't stop burning. Now that the choices are clear. Now that tomorrow is here. You guys know that song? Watch how the mighty will fall for once. Once and for all. Down, down, down. Oh, man. I wish chat was working again. It's okay. I can still see it. You guys can see the chats that you're in. Just can't see them on screen. The rule I use is that my party can train towards feats, and with caveats that 1, they have a reasonable way to obtain the skill, and 2, they spend 7 non-consecutive long rests training towards the feat. I don't let my players train toward feats, but I let them train towards proficiencies, and I let them either acquire like a book that will teach them, or if somebody in the party is proficient in something, they can like work together on it. You don't like my face on your screen? Then why are you watching my show? Like, that's all the show is. This is all we do here. Is just this. This is just the whole show now. You guys should smell these burps. Tonight they are not the nicest. I don't know what I ate. Whatever. Cinder, you're fucking gross. Shut up. Who wants the real Cinder? And boop. It's Treach's turn. Dude, I wish you would unfollow me. I love when people unfollow me. I don't really love it, but I love when some people do. It's a skibbity moment from Treach, the Storm Ranger. Treach, I'm curious to see what you did here, because I have made a Storm Ranger before as well. I think it's a really fun idea for a subclass. Treach, did I see this already? Okay, well, first of all, I'm not going to be able to, okay, Treach, I can't read this stat block. So we're not going to be able to read the stat block. So the feedback is going to be fairly limited depending on how important that stat block is. Because it's tiny. It's too tiny. Oh, it's unzoomable, baby. It's clickable. I mean, it's zoomable, sort of, but, like, not really. It's zoomable in a completely obnoxious way. Also, buddy, did you write it backwards? Why is 3 up here? Why is 7 the first? So when you... Guys, when you write with columns, you have to use columns the way that they are used. Otherwise, it's just going to confuse people. No one starts here. Columns do not go ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. That's insane. Actually, that is literally what you did, isn't it? That's completely insane. Have we done this before? It looks similar to something we've done before. But I don't know. I don't recognize it off the top of my head. I'll tell you what, I think I would remember how horrible this formatting is, though. Do you ever go to that subreddit? What's it called? Where, like, the signs are all messed up? Bad design subreddit. I forget what it's called. Confusing design subreddit. Maybe it's this one? Yeah, it's like this. Like, this is not... This is confusing. This is confusing. You're doing the same thing. Your layout is confusing. So fix that, please. Just write in normal columns. Don't do this sideways nonsense. You are a master of storms, having spent your life within storms. How about this? How about this? Call me crazy. Treach. How about this? You have spent your life within storms, period. Like, these... What? This is not a sentence. You are a master of storm. You have spent a long time with storms. Say one or the other, not both. Maybe you were an outlander who lived in a faraway land. You don't need to say lived in a faraway land if you say outlander. An outlander is a person that lived in a faraway land of never-ending blizzard. Or maybe you're trying to track and study storms out of fascination or greed or power. Wait, why? Why greed or power? What does that have to do with anything? Whatever your background is, you have experienced storms much worse than others and channel the power of the storm through years of adventure. Treach, this needs a lot of work. This flavor text is this feels like it's AI generated almost. I'm sure it's not, but it reads like AI generated flavor text. So what the fuck is this? What is it supposed to be? What is it supposed to feel like? Huh? I am a storm tracker ranger. What is my vibe? That's the only thing you need on the page. We don't need like a long-winded, vague descriptions of things you might have been that anybody that thinks about this for 4 minutes could come up with on their own. We need you to tell us the specific vibes of what this thing is supposed to feel like, and what makes it unique, and what makes it special, and what makes it cool. You don't need all of those details, but that is the goal of this. The goal of this document is not to give you examples of where your powers might have come from. The goal of this part of the document is to make the player excited to be this thing. And in order to make them excited to be this thing, they need to understand what this thing feels like to play. And they need to understand, they need to feel good reading it. And this is not getting any of that right now. So this is a lot. I might even just total rework on the flavor text here. The homebrew content, could it also be a change or a new vision of an existing subclass? Yes, if you want to redo a subclass that already exists, you're more than welcome to. But here's the thing. If you do a redo of a subclass that already exists, I don't want you to make it where it's like this subclass, but better. It has to be a genuine reimagining of it. So, for example, if you wanted to do a different version of the Zealot Barbarian, but it was all about it taking more damage to deal more damage, and the whole thing was sort of built around a different balance system, or not a balance system, but it was like a different gameplay loop. It was just a different subclass, but with very similar vibe as the Zealot, then that could work. But if you were just like, I'm taking the Zealot Barbarian, but changing what spells they can cast, or giving them more spells they can cast, or whatever, then that wouldn't work. You've lived within the eye of a 7-year storm, and this has infused your very soul with the spirit within the very storm itself. I wouldn't say very so much, but I see what you're trying to do there. You don't really need to say the word very. Almost ever. And when you try to write in ways like that, it ends up coming out a little bit cliche. You've lived within the eye of a storm for 7 years, period. Your very soul is infused with its spirit, period. You very much disagree? Okay, well, Fluff, I love you, but, come on, man. You don't need to be giving bad advice on the stream. Okay, so let's scroll to the top right-hand column for no reason at all, other than that's where we get 3rd level for whatever reason. At 3rd level, you get the ability to attune to a certain type of storm. At every long rest, you need to say when during the long rest. At the end of every long rest, at the beginning of a long rest, you need to say when. Over the course of a long rest, you attune to it, which means it would happen at the end of it. Either you or the DM. The DM decides to who. Don't do that. You should just decide on what storm you are attuned to based on your surroundings. I would let you just pick, and I wouldn't base it off your surroundings. So we either get lightning from thunderstorm, hurricane, thunder, blizzard, cold, sandstorm, fire. This doesn't fit. Drop sandstorm. That makes no sense. Sandstorms don't do fire damage. If anything, they would do piercing damage. But I would just drop this. This genuinely doesn't fit. While attuned, you gain immunity to this damage type and can replace the damage type of any of your attacks with it. I would not say any of... First of all, I would say weapon attacks with it, not any of your attacks. Weapon attacks excludes spells. I also don't think we should be getting immunity to a damage type at 3rd level. I think we can get resistance to it at 3rd level, but not immunity. Is that the only thing we're getting at 3rd level? Is that really it? That's nothing. This is really weak if this is all we're getting at 3rd level. So, Rangers are awesome. Thunder is sound. I think it's okay. called Thunder. I think it's okay. Desert Storm Barbarians do fire. Yeah, but they don't get thunder. Thunder is the special thing we get. It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. You want to think it fits? Great. You're more than welcome to. It doesn't have a channel divinity. It's a ranger. Oh, no, it's a fighter? No, it's a ranger. Wait, is it a ranger or a fighter? No, it's a ranger. It's a ranger. It's a ranger. It's a ranger. Yeah, I think Sandstorm should do piercing. You're hoping to publish a lot of them, and if you have already been published, the ones with an actual... One was an actual job. Is that still homebrew? Yeah, sure. You're uncertain of the politeness? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're a published author, I'm gonna be as blunt with you as I am with everyone else. It doesn't mean anything. I have read so much bad published homebrew. I've also read a lot of really good published homebrew, but at this point in my... I don't claim to know a lot. I don't claim to know a lot. But what I do know is that there's a lot of bad writing out there. And you being an amazing writer does not necessarily mean you're ever going to be published. And you being a terrible writer does not necessarily mean you will never be published. I once had somebody try to... Oh, man. I don't even want to talk about it because I don't really like trash talking people. I had somebody who was a fairly large content creator ask me to review some homebrew of theirs live, and I said no because I couldn't do it in a way that wouldn't be mean because it was so badly written, and it was in a book. It was going out, and it was like a book that they were writing, and they wanted me to like help promote their book, and it was like this won't help promote your book. It's like I either have to be really honest or you have to we have to not do this. And they were like, you'll find some stuff you like in there. And I was like, I read enough that I don't want to... I'm good. Like, if you want feedback, I'll give you feedback. But it seems like you're ready to publish, so... Anyway, at third level for our ranger, especially in the modern version of the game, and especially if you're not giving them any innate spells, most rangers these days get an innate spell list where they don't get as many spells as everybody else, but they get good spells. So like Gloomstalker, look at these great spells Gloomstalker gets. I don't think Drake Warden gets a spell. Oh, that's not true. They get Thaumaturgy, but that's not much. But Fey Wanderer also gets some spells, amazing spells. So if you're not giving this ranger any spells, it gives you a little bit more space to make them a little bit stronger potentially. But the other side of that coin is it might be of more value to just give them some spells. I don't think Ranger is that tough to balance. Ranger is fairly straightforward. The way that Rangers balance in 5e in the current iteration is that they usually get 2 to 3 things at third level if they're getting and a spell list. One of those things is going to be tied to them doing damage. And that damage is going to average out to roughly 1d6 a round. And it's going to be a little bit more or a little bit less depending on how much it takes to do that damage. So, for example, the Fey Wanderer Ranger, they automatically get this damage. Where is it? It's up here. But it's not a D6, it's a D4. But they get it automatically, and they can do it multiple times a turn, so long as they're hitting different creatures. The Drake Warden, they don't get an extra thing to do damage, but their minion gets Infused Strike, where they can deal, or you can deal an extra D6 damage. The Gloomstalker only gets 1 special attack. So they don't get to do extra damage every round. They only get extra damage on the first round. But that first round, they get a whole extra attack, and it's made with advantage, I think. and it takes, or maybe it's not made with advantage, but it does extra damage. Or the Horizon Walker, which gets to do a D8 damage, and it's force damage, but they have to use a bonus action every time they want to use it. So there are patterns that you can follow. Rangers aren't that tricky with that. And then all those Rangers that I just showed you, they get one or two other things that are like pretty friggin' powerful. So, for example, the Gloomstalker is invisible all the time. The Fey Wanderer, not invisible, but it's invisible to creatures with dark vision. The Fey Wanderer can use wisdom for their charisma skills. You know, there's power there. So, what else would a storm tracking ranger get? Other than, I'm going to say, hoping you tone this down to resistance to a damage type and the ability to deal that damage type. What else would you want to give them at 3rd level? What else could you give them to represent them being a storm tracker ranger? Those are the questions you should be asking yourself. Oh yeah, there's lots of patterns, man. The thing is, you don't actually need to follow any of the rules for the patterns in class design at all. But you need to make sure that you're doing that intentionally. So if you want to break the rules, do it. But you need to understand the rule is there. You need to understand you're breaking it with intention. And then your homebrew needs to be good enough on its own to merit breaking that rule. If you want to break a rule that's an established norm, it is more or less okay depending on how much your piece justifies breaking that rule. Am I DMing? Always. An idea for a luchador masked wrestler type fighter? Yeah, sure, you could do that kind of thing. Go unarmed fighting style, battle master. Reflavor all the battle master maneuvers as like special moves. You're back after 4 hours. It's going well. Shocking Grasp could be a great one. Yeah, give him Shocking Grasp for free. Give him Shocking Grasp. Give him Lightning Lore. You know? Hell, you could give them Green Flame Blade, but have it be whenever they cast it, it deals lightning damage instead of fire damage. Or something like that. That would be probably what I would do with the spells. You know, give them Thunder Wave at level 1. Give them maybe Misty Step at level, maybe not Misty Step, but something at level 2 that makes them feel maybe Silence, because Silence would be like Anti-Storm, maybe. 3rd level, you could give them the Thunderclap teleport spell. Thunderstep, yeah, I love Thunderstep. Now let's randomly go to the left side of the page and look at the 7th level feature. We're here now for anyone that's confused. At 7th level, storms do not impose disadvantage on any of your ability checks. I would say conditions created by storms. In fact, you know what I might do? I might even go broader than this. I might say, like, being in areas that are heavily obscured, you can treat as lightly obscured. Like, areas of heavy obscurement caused by natural phenomenon, you can treat them as lightly obscured. That could work. Something like that. That was to Phoenix? Okay, it might be. When I look at chat, I just assume everyone is talking to me, even though I know you're talking to each other. It's a habit I need to break. I know it's not a good habit. Because I read into every single fucking thing. I probably wouldn't do Chromatic Orb. If you did Cold of Cone, that could be what they got for their highest level 1. Okay. And you have advantage on initiative rolls while inside a storm. I think that's fine. It's one of those things where it's like, it's weird to make most of your power tied to a weather condition when we have no way to guarantee that weather condition happening. Do you know what I mean? One of the things that you got to keep in mind if you are making a class or a sub... This is exactly the same as the Godbreaker Paladin. You need to hit vibe, but you need to not be super specific. So, I'll tell you what I mean by that. What we don't want to have is a 7th level feature that is not existent when you don't have a storm happening. That's a non-feature 70% of your game. And when you make a feature reliant on something that the player has no control over, you essentially are removing that player's agency. And at the end of the day, Dungeons and Dragons is about facilitating player agency. And what I mean by player agency is a player deciding they're going to do something and being able to try to do that thing. And that could be anything from casting a spell to using a class ability to making a skill check. It's one of the things that I talk about a lot with people when they're new to the game. Like, one of the best reasons to learn the rules of D&D is the more you understand the rules of D&D, you understand the things you can do, because your Dungeon Master is usually going to try to facilitate you trying stuff. But if you understand how the game breaks down mechanically, you can just do stuff. You don't need to ask permission or ask for things to be explained every time, which can be quite helpful. Either way, this is sort of a non-feature. Additionally, when you gain advantage on an attack roll due to an enemy not seeing you from coverage of a storm, it's a critical hit. I wouldn't do an automatic crit here either. I would not do the automatic crit. Drop that. I'm so sorry. I really think you just need to do 7th level from the ground up. Call Lightning is a 3rd level spell. So, as a ranger, you're not going to have access to 3rd level spells at level 7, I don't think. Maybe you will. I forget what level they get them at. 11th level, I think, right? 9th level. Yeah, so you're not going to even be able to do that until 9th level. So we have a lot of features right now that are reliant on the Dungeon Master to decide its rating. Also, I want to point something out here. I see that there is a Storm Cloud stat block here. I can't really read it. We're not really going to worry about it. It hasn't come up yet. I see that it's the thing we get at 11th level. It feels too little too late for us to be getting a Storm Cloud monster. Also, I don't even need to be able to see it. If I'm just barely squinting at it, I can see how many hit points it has, and I can see that it lasts an hour, and it is stronger than the Fey Wanderer subclass feature by some margin. So it's going to be... That is just too strong in how it's built. The Fey Wanderer, their special 11th level feature is that they can do the Summon Fey spell, which is a 3rd level spell, and it lasts a minute, but it doesn't require concentration. It looks like this doesn't require concentration regardless. It looks like you can summon the creature multiple times. And let's just look at it really quickly. This is as much as I can zoom in. It can impose disadvantage on attacks. It can change its size. I think this is an overcomplicated way of expressing these ideas. I see several area of effect features. I'm going to be honest, my guy. I don't think you use a stat block for your Stormcloud. I would not use a stat block. I would basically make it like you can pick. I would make it like a spiritual weapon or moonbeam. You pick a spot. It creates cloud cover in that area. Within that area, there are certain effects you can activate. And then as a bonus action, you can move that area around. But we don't need the complicatedness of this thing being a monster stat block. And you're giving it 80 hit points, 15 AC, every damage immunity, and so many damage immunities and resistances. You're just going to fucking have it forever. You might as well just not make it targetable. Also, don't make it last an hour. This thing should probably last a minute, maybe. Especially if you can do it multiple times a day. If you can do it once a day, I would say it could be an hour. It's not called lightning because it doesn't actually do any damage. Or if it does damage, I missed it. Yeah, I don't know why I would have HP. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Asking for the next homebrew review. Can I submit something that is in addition to a subclass? I have an idea for an artificer armorer model beyond just the infiltrator and the defender? Yeah, sure. If that's what you want it to be. But the thing is, just keep in mind, I am always going to be judging it compared to the original. So if you want to send in a third variant of the armorer armor, I am going to be looking at it next to the ones that exist as a balancing mechanic. And I'm going to be saying, is this thing better than these? And is there a reason for is this answering a question that isn't being answered in the other two, or that I can't answer in the other two? Those are like the two things that I'm going to be looking at. And then we have 15th level. You can control the wrath of storms. When this feature is used, please don't, this is the most, when you use this feature, don't write in the passive voice. Passive voice is for politicians and high school essays. It's not for any sort of real writing. And passive voice is basically the difference between active voice and passive voice is active voice is I messed up. And passive voice is mistakes were made. It distances the narrator from the words. And it will distance Feebled Curse, who are you? That was a deep cut. You just outed yourself, Feeble Curse. That was a big out. Nick! Is that really you? Hi! Guys, wait. Nick, okay. Nick, can you... Okay, Nick. How do I... Wait. I need to do something quickly. This really, Nick? If so... I'm not famous. Okay, I just sent you a DM. Let's be in touch, buddy. Who's Nick? Nick was like my best friend throughout a lot of high school. Like, you know how you think about, like when you're like, oh, high school times, like getting silly, acting out, wilding out. Nick was like the person that I would do that with most of the time. Nick was the person that I hung out in Curtis Arboretum and tried to smash open a bowling ball and then got in trouble with the police. Anyway, I'm not famous. I'm just I'm not famous, but this is what I do for a living now. Isn't that weird? And yeah, there is a little bit of Willman in there for sure. Except I think I aspire to be a little bit meaner than him. That's crazy, dude. Are you good? Okay, Nick, close your ears for a second. Don't listen to this. The other thing, guys... Here, guys. We don't want Nick to hear this, so we gotta... Here, come here. Come closer. No, too far away. Come closer. Come closer. Okay, guys. Don't... Nick also was, like, debatably the smartest person that I knew in school. And I don't know what he does now, but if there was anybody that I knew that I was like, did you invent invisibility? It might be him. So we'll find out later. I'll let you guys know. Did I steal his girl? No, I don't think we ever really had girl stealing issues. We were also a bunch of fucking nerds, to be fair. You don't want Nick reviewing your homebrew. He's gonna be crazy. What's up, Neo? How's it going, buddy? Dude, I saw such a good video of yours the other day. I just really appreciate when you yell at people, Neo. You're very good at it. Okay, Feeble. Nick, I had a girlfriend, but she literally lived in another country. She literally lived in another country. And if I might have had a girlfriend, but it also did express itself in a way where I would say the phrase, like, my Canadian girlfriend, which sounds like you don't have a girlfriend. So I think, I think that I wasn't quite as cool as, like, her being present, you know? I still talk to her sometimes. She's a little bit of a ideological zealot in ways that I don't really jive with anymore, but what you gonna do? She was in Canada. You guys know this. I lived in many places. I lived in Canada for almost a year. Do I have a girlfriend? Did I have a girlfriend in the way that same way that I wrote most shows? No. Unfortunately, it was just a true one. It was just true. I wish I never had a girlfriend. That way I could really lean into that. Oh well, you know, what you gonna do? The shame of experience. Whoa! Woe is me. Okay, this is bothering me that this isn't working. I think I can maybe I can turn this on, which is fun. Okay, whatever. Oh shit. I'm still help! Guys, help. Emergency. Okay, wait. No, wait. Okay, cool. I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. And we're back. Okay, now let's get back to this homebrew. Wait, oh god. Oh, wait. Fuck. Okay, oh no, I'm back. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. Anyway, so at 15th level, we get the lightning. Oh! Okay, was that joke funny? I don't know if that joke was funny to anyone else, but that joke was funny to me. I could have done that for 10 minutes. Oh god, what a stupid joke. You missed the joke? We all missed the joke, buddy. You thought it was funny at first? See, I didn't think it was funny at first. I thought it was funny towards the end. Sometimes you gotta let something marinate a little bit. Ugh. Okie dokie. Artichoke. All right. Let's read this last feature. I don't think I'm going to have much more feedback. I am curious to see what it does. I think my feedback overall is that this is like, it's a little jumbled right now in its current iteration. And I think that we need more at 3rd level to really help sell it, especially when we look at the other things other rangers are getting at 3rd level. And you know, when you're building your subclass, or when you're building anything for D&D, really, like, you have to sort of break down the idea beyond your specific goal, because you're not just telling a story with your homebrew. You're creating, like, an option. You're creating a tool for someone else to use. And what you got to remember, I love your content, Nicole, but what you got to remember is that the person who's using your homebrew is going to spend way more time with it than you ever are. Unless you spend 3 years writing it or something crazy like that. But they are going to spend so much more time with your homebrew than you are. It's just the nature of the beast. So when you're writing your homebrew, while it is really important to have a specific direction, and trust me, you have accomplished that, you want to try not to quite so specifically nail the idea. You want to nail the things that allow the player to build towards the idea. So, for example, with this subclass, we have, you know, almost all of our features are tied into literally when you are in a storm, something happens. So instead of that being the thing, I would take a step back from that, and I would say, if this is a ranger that is built around surviving really well in storms, what are the things that are happening in a storm that you would need to survive against? Okay, there's going to be low visibility. There's going to be really intense wind. And especially if we're doing like fantasy storms. So the first two things that pop into my head is that I feel like this ranger should get some way to see better when there's low visibility or obscured sight, which you get a little bit of that in here, I think. Kind of. But the other thing is, like, it should be really hard to move this ranger against their will. What do you need to be really good at when you're in a storm? Not being thrown asunder. And the thing about a mechanic like that is, yes, that will make you much stronger in a storm, but it will have effects on the game in a lot of situations. So if you could be this subclass and you could still feel like you're getting your features. I'm going to burp soon. Oh, that was a weird one. Sorry. I didn't like that one. You can use your features in many ways. And then it's kind of fun, and that's how you build new story. You know? The Storm Tracker Ranger that is slammed by a rhino and is able to dig their feet in and take that hit and not be knocked back because they're remembering the things they learned from how to grip in a storm, and then now they're applying it to their combat. That's cool. There's a story in there, you know? So that's what I want to encourage you to start thinking about. I want you to start thinking about not just nailing this is what happens when we are in a storm, but what are we doing to make this a Storm Ranger other than by saying Storm Ranger? Redirecting attacks from standing against the gale, allowing lightning to conduct through them, hail bouncing off without hurting. Yeah, those are all interesting ideas. Hi, Tradosio. How's it going, buddy? Working hard or hardly working? Yuck, 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 yuck. Did I tell you that my whole stream display thing got fucked because I did an integration? Uh-oh, somebody just subbed. Who was that? Satellite STV. That's a funny name. Thank you for the sub. I mixed my overlays, my YouTube and my Twitch overlay, and it like skewed a bunch of stuff. So there's like double announcements happening, and fucking chat is like not like, it's a mess. All right. I actually don't think we're gonna read through this whole thing because I think that I don't really need to give you feedback on the last feature. My guess is it's probably needs some work anyway. Why are we getting 1d8 plus 2 lightning bolts? Yeah, there was the echo. See that? Yeah, I think honestly, I think this thing needs enough work round up that I don't think we need to dive into the 15th level feature. I think it's a cool idea to make a Storm Sorcerer or a Storm Ranger. I tried to make a Storm Ranger. The Storm Ranger that I made also summoned a little Nimbus cloud, but they rode it sort of like Goku. You know how Goku rides a little lightning cloud? So it was like a little flying jet ski that you got. It didn't really do anything in combat other than help you get around. You're enjoying the content. You're just experimenting with a hybrid homebrew. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe I'll spin you next. It's not my call. It is the wheel. It is the wheel's call. Sort of like the Swarm Keeper, yeah. Except it was like the Nimbus. Basically, the way that I designed mine was that you got certain benefits. Basically, this is what I did. You had a little Nimbus, and every time you finished a long rest, or maybe it was a short rest, I forget, you could pick for it to be a stormy Nimbus or a calming Nimbus. And if it was a stormy Nimbus, it would have certain debuffs. So you would, like, send it out to, like, stand next to bad guys, and it would mess with them. And then if you made it a calming Nimbus, it would have certain buffs. So you would, like, ride it, or you would have it stand next to your allies. I don't really remember this. Maybe I'll have to find it and rebuild it at some point, because it was a neat idea, but I just don't remember it that much. Did someone say Dragon Ball? Oh my god, you guys love that shit so much. You're so crazy. Guys, did you guys... Listen. I never thought I was going to get into anime. And then I watched the Netflix original One Piece. And then I found out that they made a cartoon show based off of it. And then they made a comic book based on that cartoon show. And it's just a bunch of fan fiction. And then I decided I would never watch anime. If all anime is doing is stealing from Netflix... Oh, man. I hope I just made at least 2 people annoyed. Okay. The only thing that I'll say for this last part is if you are going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4 different vibes for your 15th level feature, You need to keep in mind that by adding variety, you are making it stronger. I called a cartoon, Fenrir. So all of these inherently are stronger by the nature that you're getting all these options. So if you want to give a lot of options, the best way to do that is to either have them all sort of work in symmetry together, where they all are doing similar, they all sort of are doing the same thing, but in a slightly different way. Or you have them all be very simple. You have them be very straightforward and not a whole big crazy show. The other thing that I just noticed here from skimming here is it looks like these things can be used infinitely. I'm not seeing any, once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So I might be missing something there, but I would not give you the ability to shoot 1d8 plus 2 lightning bolts that do 6d10 damage more than once a day. All right, that's Treach. I hope that was helpful. Treach, let's give Treach a round of applause. Let's hear it for Treach. They call him Treach. They call him Treach. They call him Treach. They call them Treach. They call them Treach. Good job, Treach. Good job. Amazing job. Excellent performance. Excellent performance. With the wheel, you haven't seen my face yet. I got new cameras. I got 2 new cameras. I got one that lets me let you guys see another version of me. And then I have another camera that allows you to see closer to my true form. But I accidentally deleted the scene that it was in, or it got erased somehow. I just can't find the scene that was in. So I can't show it to you right now. I can show you this one, but this is not exactly what it's supposed to be. And then there's this one, but it's also not exactly what it's supposed to be. There's like 6 things missing, and I don't know what I did to delete them. Or guys, I'm not tech savvy, okay? Everybody chill out. Just leave me alone for a minute. Just calm down. Just calm down. Opposite! Oh! Anyway, should we look at more homebrew or what? Probably, right? Just a little bit more, at least. Gloof! Feels like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds here. Dude, you don't even know. Dude, it gets so Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. But half the things are missing. So I can't get as Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds as I'd like to get. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Ooh, this music. I don't like this song. Get out of here. All right, let's see if we have anybody new for the wheel. I can show you my wheel. Oh, we have a bunch. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Post your homebrew. All right, guys, make your prayers to the wheel now. You have a moment here. I'll play you some wheel prayer music. Give me a second. Here, ready? Say your prayers. Let's. Oh, this isn't really prayer music. Wait, do I have some? I don't know. This is all sad. All this music's so sad. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, here, guys. Make your prayers to the wheel. No, here. This will be better. Make your prayers to the wheel. Oh, wheel. Those few brave creatures of earth, those weird fleshy sacks of bone and viscera, they beseech you on this day. They would like me to look at their homebrew. I don't know why. They know I'm just going to make fun of it and talk about how it has bad grammar. Oh, I won't really make fun of it, but I am going to talk about how it has bad grammar. But they are bold and they are brave. They choose, these brave few, they stand at the edge of oblivion and they choose not to step back. Instead, they dive forward into the unknown, into uncertainty. Because they have faith, wheel. Not in me, Not in themselves. They have faith in you. Maybe they're going to learn to have faith in themselves one day. I hope they never have faith in me, though, because I lie a lot. Anyway, Wheel. Did you listen to them? Okay, good. Let's spin. Boop. Elitran. Oh, we read one of your pieces, maybe not last week, but very recently. Very recently. Nice. What is this music? What is this music? Are we doing pirate music? No. Is it pirate time? Surely not. That would be madness. Where'd the fucking music go? Oh my god, guys. What am I doing with my life? There we go. All right, who is this? Elitran. What you got for us? A crowdsource warlock? Ooh, okay. A patron of many. Comic Sans. Did I say pirate music? I mean, do you need some pirate music? I can make some pirate music happen really quickly. You know what I mean? Like that's I mean, this is the go-to though. Right? This is the pirate music when we need to talk about pirates. And we need to talk about not just pirates, but kings. And not just kings, but kingdoms. And not just kingdoms, but king smarts. All of them together in one. Because we're not going to do like 6 rants in a row. I did one very recently. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was for the wheel. So we're just going to move on from that joke. But we will come back to do another One Piece joke later, I'm sure. Anyway, here is the homebrew if you want to take a look at it. Here it is in Twitch. Boom, 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 boom. And here it is in YouTube. Boom, 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 boom. Enjoy. Enjoy. Okay, I'm going to just show you something here. I'm going to teach you something here, okay? There's a little formatting trick. Here's your document. Looks good. Fairly clean. You used the template that I put together, so you've gotten the nice fonts and stuff. Very nice. Check this shit out. Watch this. I'm going to do a magic trick for you guys. You ready for this? I'm going to blow some minds. Boom. 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 Oh ho ho, now it looks like something written by Wizards of the Coast. Well, you need to put a little enter here. But now it looks like something written by Wizards of the Coast. Boom. It's crazy what a little editing will do, right? Little formatting shift. Isn't that crazy? Tiny change. Why does it do that? Why does this feel like it's better written than this immediately? There's no logic to that. It's your lizard brain, friends. It's the brain that we are writing for. It's because every single piece of Unearthed Arcana that came out from Wizards of the Coast is written in 2 columns. Every single one. So when you write something in 2 columns, it kind of gives the same vibe of the homebrew that comes out from the big boys. And that makes you as the reader be like, wait a minute, is this big boy homebrew? Your regular brain knows it's not. But the lizard brain, you're deceiving it. You're tricking the lizard into being in love because it sees the familiar. Anyway, worth thinking about if you are going to write homebrew. Not the end of the world. Doesn't really matter for anything other than if you're trying to make people's lizard brain listen to you. Okie dokie. What is happening? All right, let me load this, let me load this, let me load this, let me mute that, let me click this. Let me scroll down. Cinder, what are you doing? I don't know. All right, let's take a look at this. The Consortium. Can you guys all see it? Probably. Okay. You'll see it okay enough. You've made a pact with a conglomerate of entities that each have given you a small modicum of power. That is not much on its own, but together become something more. These groups vary greatly in goals and composition. The warlocks created by these pacts may be elite soldiers, while others are dramatic heroes. They enact the will of the group or the secret plot of a few members. There needs to be a little bit more here. This is really the only thing that we're actually hearing about the subclass. What sort of entities would give us this power? I don't know if we need examples, but I do want to have a little bit more of an understanding of where this is coming from. Just because like 7 people think you're really cool doesn't mean you start getting magic. Like there should be an, why are we getting this magic? Spell list. What do we think, chat? Dissonant Whispers, Zone of Truth, Warding Bond, Zone of Truth, I said twice. Sanctuary, Beacon of Hope, Motivational Speech, Death Ward, Locate Creature, Mass Cure Wounds, Legend Lore. This seems a little all over the place. What is the vibe? What are you trying to sell? Why is this having many people as your patron? Why is this having a patron of many? What are the goals of the many? That might be another thing, is that I feel like the goals might need to be a little bit more specific. Seems cult-based? Yeah, sure, but that's like saying it's food-based, right? Like, food can mean a lot of things. I've heard lore about Warhammer gods, and I'm thinking this is like that. But the Warhammer gods exist because of people's feelings. You know, it's like enough people feel things that they manifested. This still requires that lore. Like, if you wanted to make this like the Warhammer lore, you'd have to still write that in there somewhere. Vibe is buffs. Dissonant Whispers is not buffs. Zone of Truth, I feel like doesn't really make sense. Motivational Speech, maybe. Why are we getting Locate Creature? Why are we getting Mass Cure Wounds? Why are we getting Legend Lore? I don't really know. And I think part of why I don't know is because, again, this flavor is vague. The flavor here is your patron is a big group of people. That's it. We don't know anything about why. There's no more details there. It's very, very vague. What's motivational speech? This is what I do every day of my life. But a bunch of people whispering as the reason to have Dissonant Whispers, okay, Jackie, that might be what it is, but that does feel like a stretch, doesn't it? My guess is the reason why these feel kind of disjointed is because we don't really understand what the fuck this is, other than your pact is with a group of people. Maybe it's a group of entities that aren't powerful enough when separate to be a warlock patron. I agree. It could be a lot of things, but we just don't know what it should be. And if we don't know anything about the vibe, like, this is a less specific vibe than any other warlock patron because there is no inherent vibe of group of people. So, I don't know. The spell list doesn't really matter as much for warlocks, but it is still important to think about. This music's getting epic. All right, let's take a look at the first level feature. We get Delegate's Protection. Starting at first level, you can use a bonus action to grant 1d6 plus your warlock level to a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. 1d6 plus your warlock level what? You assume they mean temp HP? Why do you assume that? That is a big assumption. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and your gain expended uses when you finish a long rest. Delegate's Protection. It could still kind of be anything. Could be AC. Could be Could be, you know, to a skill roll, to a skill check. Could be anything that you roll a d20 or anything that's a number. It shouldn't be AC. I'm hoping that it's temporary hit points because anything else would be kind of busted. If it was occult based, it would probably should have buff spells and multiple entities, then like mix abilities, and you can choose for each level like a totem barbarian. I don't know if I would do mixed abilities, but that's not a bad idea. Points of damage. Oh yeah, it could be a lot of things. So just write what it's supposed to be. Okay, so we're representing having many by being able to give a healing a little protective barrier, at least initially. Okay. How do we feel about a D6 plus our warlock level? It's fine, I think, actually. Yeah, I think it's fine. It gives you D6 levels. Yeah. You made a class that makes blood sacrifices to cast spells a while back. Was it a constitution-based caster, too? Let's see what we get at 6th level. Honestly, for 1st level feature, I think it's fine. I maybe think it's not even enough. Almost every single warlock now gets more than one thing at 1st level. This is very similar to the Archfiend, or the Fiend, rather. Not the Archfiend, just the Fiend Warlock, where they get temporary hit points when they deal damage. But I feel like there's still space for something else here. You know what I might do? I might, you know, if you have the Pact of the Many, what if it was like... What's the spell? Tongues, maybe? Like, what if there was some ability for you to understand things better? Or maybe... What if you could use your charisma instead of your insight or instead of your wisdom for certain types of perception insight checks, because it's like you have many eyes helping you see? That could also be something that we would maybe throw in there. I don't know if I would do it at 1st level, but I think that could be a cool idea. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Take one for the team. Starting at 6th level, when an ally you can see within 60 feet is reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to take 1d8 necrotic damage and heal the same number of hit points to them. This can't be infinite. You can't just do this every time. That's infinite healing. It's not exactly infinite healing, but it might as well be. This is a really powerful feature. So the question you have to ask, I mean, this would be like a once... I would make this like a once a rest feature. I wouldn't base it off hit dice, no. It's also like... It's doing the same thing the first feature does. I would... If you're going to do a feature that is so similar to the first feature... If you're going to do two features that basically do the same thing, split them up a little bit. It's not only is it a reaction to bring someone back, but let's look at what the 1st level feature does. The 1st level feature makes it harder for people. It's like we are buffing our allies by giving them hit points, and now we're buffing our allies by giving them hit points. It's different in that it's from when they come down from unconscious, but still it's like we need something else. So I would move this to 10th level probably, and then I would make it like pretty limited in use. And then I would give them a 6th level feature that helps fill out some of the fiction of what the fuck is going on. Like, what else is this thing supposed to get to help feel like it's this? Because this is still doesn't really feel like this. I don't feel like there's many. I don't feel like there's a consortium, you know? At 10th level, you can cast Mass Suggestion without a spell slot once per day. This I would also drop. Yeah, just make... This should be the 10th level feature. I would drop this entirely. Just put Mass Suggestion up here. Or... maybe, you know, they'll just learn it if they want to. I would, yeah, come up with something new for 6th level, and I would put this at 10th. If you're gonna give a spell as a feature where the feature is really just the spell, then two things. One, you have to make sure you're giving it at a level that they can cast it. So you got to make sure that you could cast Mass Suggestion at level 10 anyway. I don't think you could, but maybe you could. I don't know. Chat, you can check. But make it work differently. You know, make it do something unique. Sort of like there's another warlock. What level is Mass Suggestion? Let's just check. This is actually a good idea. Because I think I want to point something out if it's really high level. It's level 6. So there's another warlock that gets a once a day free casting of a spell at level 10 also. And it's the Fathomless, which is a very well designed warlock. They get Everard's Black Tentacles. It's a 4th level spell. We're getting basically the same feature, once a day spell, but 2 levels higher. I don't think it's the move, you know? Yeah, and if normally you couldn't cast a 6th level spell until level 11 anyway, yeah, it definitely doesn't fit here. How do you submit Homebrew? If you are watching on YouTube, there's a link in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, you type in the command wheel. And then you're there, baby. Let's say we get a 14th. Starting at 14th level, you can cast Invulnerability without a spell slot. No, I'm so sorry, no. You're giving us 2 spells in a row. No, this needs to feel like something. This needs to feel like something. You have very little space to make your guy feel like something. You have 4 options. You have 4 opportunities to sell the fiction of your subclass. Just 4. And you're wasting 2 of them on spells. I think that you got to pull back here and say, let's not rely on the crutch of spellcasting. Let's give this thing some unique features. You might love spells, Abyssal. They are not well-designed subclass features if your goal is growing as a writer. If your goal is to become a better writer, then what this is called is taking the easy route and the uninspired route. So whether or not you like spells is irrelevant to you growing as a writer. The flavor of this subclass is supposed to be that you have a consortium of people that are your patron, but we don't really know anything about the consortium. Literally, the only flavor is you work for a group of people. And I wish there was a little bit more than that. If you're a spellcaster with a list and you want them to have access to specific spells, just give them the spells. Yeah. I think the only reason why these spells are not on the list is because they're too high level. But is the best representation of the consortium casting Invulnerability? Or Mass Suggestion? I don't think so. I think there's probably a lot of other ways you could represent it, especially if you have a stronger sense of, like, what the consortium is, what it stands for. It doesn't even need to be that specific. Just pick a vibe, you know? Is it a group of dudes sitting in a library? Is it a group of folks sitting in a space station? Is it a group of, you know, just put them in a room and immediately there's already, like, things you can imply and sort of build out from. And it doesn't need to be super specific, but it needs to be something we can hold on to. Right now, it's, like, vaporous. Would it be a crazy idea to add 6 to 9 level spells to the added list for Mystic Arcanums? I don't think so, but it would be unusual. So it would be another one of those situations where you would have to really prove that it was important. So, for example, they already did that with one of the warlocks, the Genie Warlock. The Genie Warlock gets Wish on their expanded spell list. But it's because it's a fucking genie. So it's just like, this makes too much sense. So if you can make that much sense, then you can do whatever you want. You know, that's the whole point of the rules. You learn how to do the rules and then you learn when you can break them. All right, Ellie Tran, thank you for sharing your piece. I wish you luck as you continue to work on it. Try to capture more of that flavor of the consortium and maybe like what they are in some way, or what it would mean to work for a consortium. Stream's been going good. Stream's been going good. I'm going to need to pee again before our next spin. We're going to add these 3 folks. We're going to give people that are straggling a chance to get on. I'm going to run to the bathroom again. All right, you guys want some funky music this time? Probably, right? Yeah, almost certainly, right? No, but that's a good vibe. We're gonna keep that. That's not what I was looking for, though. No. No. I think this is what I was looking for. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Nobody go anywhere. Have a little dance party. BRB. Hello. I'm back. Get out of here, broken chat.
Hooray!
Oh, subs gifting happening. DePrice is right. Thanks for gifting a sub. All right, we are going to change music, though. Let not do this one. Oh, yeah. I love burping. You love my videos? I love your videos. If the wheels spin me, I'll give a gift. All right, we'll see if the wheel cares. The wheel usually doesn't care. Do I eat clothing? Sometimes. You can't see if you got chosen. McCall, we not only did you get chosen, we reviewed your piece already. I don't remember if you name what your piece was again. I'll tell you very quickly the feedback that I had. The Godbreaker Paladin. The basic feedback was that it felt like it didn't really have a strong. The spell list and the tenants felt a little too vague. They felt like they might feel specific because of like the NPC names and the setting specifics you gave them, but they felt very general paladin. And then all of the mechanics you gave were way too specifically focused on very specifically dealing with spellcasters in a way that they would sort of be non-usable outside of dealing with spellcasters. And the way that spellcasters are written these days, a lot of the features wouldn't really apply. So our main feedback was that you should try to make them feel something a little bit more specific from the flavor perspective if people aren't playing within your game world or don't know the names of the things you're referencing. And try to make the features a little bit broader so that if you are trying to make like an Inquisitor style, you know, paladin, give them stuff that doesn't just be like, we fight against magic, but like things that help them sort of sell the whole piece. For example, giving them some bonus to insight or perception because they're like looking for heretics, that sort of thing. All right, that was the 3-second version. You can go watch the longer one later on YouTube. You guys, anybody that's watching on YouTube has the ability to scroll backwards in time. Pretty crazy. And a 1, check for new people. I did. I got them on. On a 1 and a 2 and a whoop-de-doo. Bugga 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 boo. It's Nutito. It's sort of like Nutella mixed with Naruto. If I read it a few weeks ago, I don't re-review it. Sorry, buddy. Folks, somebody did not read the rules. You know what that means. '07's in the chat for new Tito. Gone but not forgotten. May you find your way in this cold world, and may the wheel shine its light down upon you again. And the next time you find yourself climbing the mountain, the next time you find yourself inspired to submit some homebrew, please do yourself the favor, do yourself the respect to read the parameters of your homebrew submissions. Because why must we face these tragic times? You know, be good to yourself. Because it makes me so sad when you work on homebrew and then you're excited for me to read it and I can't read it because it breaks the rules. How do you submit? If you're on YouTube, the link is in the video description. If you're on Twitch, you can do the command wheel. All right, we love you, but also goodbye. All right, sorry, New Tito. You don't get a round of applause, but you did get that beautiful song. Oh, not the music we want. No, not what I want. So the reason why I didn't review that piece is because if I have reviewed your piece before, I don't review it again. I do them once. Oh, there's new emotes, yeah. When is my next review stream? Wednesday or Thursday, one of the two. On Wednesday we're doing a call-in show where you can call in with your D&D stories or questions and we can chat. And then on Thursday we're doing another homebrew review stream. I've done more than you could possibly imagine. Oh, Duck-billed Bob finally got on. All right, Wheel, let's see what you got. What's my favorite type of stream to do? I don't know. Kamunons. Kamunons. Okay, Zach. What's up, Zach? How are you? Kamunon, you rigged the wheel. Zach, are you yearning for me? Is that what's happening? You just want to watch my show? Zach, I fucked up a bunch of my OBS stuff. So that's fun. Yeah, it does work. The wheel listens, guys. I'm the one that doesn't listen. I did do some audio editing last night. And it took me way longer than I thought because I haven't done any in a while and I'm like a little rusty at it. Well, I did it. I actually was 2 nights of editing, but it was not a lot the night before. But man, I need to make another long form video sooner than later. They're fun. Greetings once again. I hope you're doing well today. I wish to know your thoughts on a legendary item of mine. All right, let's take a look. It's not about timing, dude. Everything happens exactly as it should, when it should. Why does it have so many bullet points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, they all better be connected. That's all I'm saying. Here, if you're on YouTube, there's the link. All of my videos are a certified banger, Zach? That's very kind of you. Blackwater, how's it going? How are you doing today? Got the whole gang. Zach's here. Blackwater's here. My buddy Nick showed up. I haven't talked to that guy in like 20 years. Maybe not 20 years, but at least 15. Blackwater, what do you do? Are you guys playing a show tonight? Are you guys doing a show tonight? That burp was for you, Blackwater. Specifically for your dungeon master. Tell him. You're too broke for all what? Did I talk about something that needs money? I don't remember. Play what is fun, dude. Doesn't matter. Yes, this is true. What if I have bullet points and they're just there for my own conspiracy threads? That's the best reason to have them. There's nothing wrong with having bullet points. I just don't want to see a legendary item that does 20 different things. The thing is, when you're making an item, it has to be... You have to sort of make a choice what the point of the item is. Is the point of the item for story? Or is the point of the item for use? Or is it both? And if it is for use, or both story and use, you need to be very thoughtful of the way you organize the features. The only time there's really okay to sort of make the item a little bit confusing in how it's written is if it's really just for story. And it's not, doesn't really work outside of story conditions. Good night, Barbar. Tomorrow, I'm not checking right now, but tomorrow is either a call-in show or a homebrew review night. I don't remember which. No, tomorrow isn't anything. No, tomorrow is something. Tomorrow I'm playing Minecraft in the afternoon. Wednesday is call-in show. Tomorrow is me and my buddy Hannah and my buddy Tori. They're my UK gals. We play some Minecraft. And it's going to be early and short. Because I have a thing tomorrow night. So it's going to be a daytime Minecraft stream, if I remember correctly. Jeez! Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday then. Good night, Bar. All right. Tome of Dichotomous Creation. Said to have once belonged to an old wizard of great renown, this tome... I don't love when sentences start this way. It's technically okay, but this is all one sentence. Fuck you. This tome is intrinsically laced with his powerful magic, gently pulling at the minds of new owners to induce inventiveness. I would try to turn this into multiple sentences, and I would not start a sentence with said to have once belonged. This tome once belonged to an old wizard of great renown, period. It is intrinsically laced with traces of his powerful magic. Gently pulling minds, blah, 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 blah. Something like that. It's going to read better. This item can be used as a spell book with the following spells. Counterspell, Mask Cure Wounds, Summon Draconic Spirit. Can also be used as an Arcane Focus. Whenever you expel a 3rd level spell slot or higher to cast a spell, it grants you a special benefit depending on what kind of effect it is. If the spell deals damage to a single creature, a different creature of your choice within range regains a number of hit points equal to half the damage dealt. That's every time you do that? Fuck me. This is definitely an artifact. Definitely already an artifact. That's very strong if that's every time you're doing that. That's crazy strong. Just all of your spells become like Vampire Punch or whatever that spell is. If spell deals damage to multiple creatures, a number of creatures of your choice within range equal to your spellcasting modifier gain an amount of temporary hit points equal to half the total damage dealt. Okay, yeah, this is... So all of this is cool. This can't be every single spell unless you want it to be an artifact, and you probably still shouldn't give it both of these features. Artifact is higher than legendary, yes. No, that's not true. Artifacts... Here's a good way to think about it. Commune. Think about it like this. The artifacts can break the game. This feature and this feature are overpowered to a cartoonish degree. If you want them to exist on this item, the only type of item that this fits on comfortably is an artifact, because artifacts are the only items in the game that are just okay to break the game. If it heals a creature, it deals damage. If it heals multiple creatures, they lose their AC. This is doing too much. Even for an artifact, it's doing too much. You have to, I'm going to be honest. I don't think, you have to sort of make a choice here. And that choice is, do I want this thing to affect every type of spell? Or do I want this thing to be really powerful? Because it can't be this powerful on every single type of spell. What's up, Data? I think it would be interesting if you could activate each ability once per day. Yep, I agree, Data. That would be, yeah, maybe if you could do each one only once per day. That also would be kind of interesting because it would require you to do certain playstyles. But if you're healing a creature, healing a creature deals damage, that's kind of whatever. But healing multiple creatures reduces AC. That's crazy. And they have to subtract your spell casting modifier from their AC. Like, even that feels too strong, almost on its own. Yeah, Data's over on the tube. Yeah, each one of these is too strong. Every single feature so far is too strong. There hasn't been a single feature that would fit on anything other than an artifact. And part of that is because they're infinite in use. But also it's because each one, even if they weren't infinite in use, they're just really strong. If the spell inflicts a condition, it can cleanse a condition. If a spell increases a creature's movement, it can reduce a creature's movement. If a spell disperses a magical effect, you can cast one of your known cantrips, no action required. If it summons something, you can make something disappear. I think you're trying to do too much with this. I'm going to be honest here. The only way that this works is if each one of these features can only be done once per day. And that this is an artifact that realistically you probably wouldn't give to a character before they were level. Honestly, even as an artifact, it feels too strong. Reduction needs to be less HP. HP regain should be a dice you roll. Yeah, I agree with all that. So toning down how much HP you're gaining, toning down the amount of damage you're doing, like making it so it's an effect as opposed to an exact reaction. When you deal damage to a creature, you can roll a D8 and that another creature gains that many hit points, or you could roll another number of D8 equal to the level of the spell, or D6s. Same thing for the damage. You cast a spell, another creature regains hit points equal to a roll of the die. That could work too. The AC drop being a minus D4 could work. But I think all of that's got to be the headspace you go into with this. If you wanted to do something where the number just equals the number, that's got to kind of be the only thing it does. You roll on the table to see which of these features your item has. That could be cool, but it still has to be limited in use. It still has to be limited in use because you could really cheese the game with a lot of these. I like the idea of a book that does different things depending on what sort of spell you're doing, though. I think that's a very fun idea. I think you just went a little too hard in the paint. You just got to tone that shit down. Let me give you some examples. The object being an object disappearing should not be able to be an object that's worn or carried, for example. Or if it is an object that's worn or carried, there needs to be some sort of saving throw that the enemy can use against it. Stuff like that. I think it would be more interesting as an environmental effect, like a magical mirror reflecting the weave. I don't think it needs to be that, but that would be cool too. But I think it's fine if it's a book that you're like casting spells through. A charge system could also sort of work. But even then, I think that it's too easy to cheese it. I think that forcing you to use all of them sort of balances it a little bit. Why is the Luck Blade legendary? I think the Luck Blade is legendary for two reasons. One, it was designed very early in 5e, and we didn't really have a good sense of how powerful items are at what levels yet. And two, because it's not a unique item. There could be many Luck Blades. Technically, artifacts, usually there's just one. Kamunin, if you do charges for this, I am going to say you have to make them very few. Because if you're picking which ones you're using, that is still really powerful. Like, if I could use any one of these features multiple times, I'm just going to do this one every time. That's crazy powerful. So, you could do it based on charges, but if you're going to do that, actually, regardless of charges, all of those main features need to be toned down. Like, none of these should do exactly what they do right now. All of the things that heal when you deal damage should be based on dice rolls, not how much damage you do. Same as the other direction. Just tone all of it. 1d3 plus 3 charges, 6 charges max. Yeah, that could work. But again, you got to, with that, also toning everything back a little bit. Those are all my thoughts. I don't really have other thoughts. I like the core concept quite a bit. I just think you jumped the shark a little bit on the power level here. It could be like one of the manuals. That's true. A D3 is D3s exist in the books already. Not lots of, but there's a few situations that call for them. It's a D6, and then a 1 to 2 is a 1, a 3 to 4 is a 2, and a 5 and 6 is a 3. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a really fun idea. I like the sort of duality nature here. Super interesting concept. I like that it's a book, but I could see how it could also be fun if it was a regional effect. And I think if you tone the mechanics down a little bit and figure out a system so these aren't always on, I think you'll be in a really good spot for a pretty solid artifact. All right, let us give Kamunones a round of applause, please. Yeah, it's super cool. I don't know if I would make it a 50-50 if the effects happen or not, because if it's 50-50, it's like not really a good item, you know? You want to have some reliability in using it. What's a D7, though? Who knows what a D7 is? D7s are hard to judge. You roll 7 D10s. And then you divide by 10. And that's called rolling a D7. Something like that? You have an actual D100. It's metal. That's fun. You call it the cannonball. A couple people I know have a bunch of crazy dice. I know somebody who has like a D3, a D7, a D14. I know someone that has a D21. They're all the same person, by the way. And he's a little bit of a psychopath. But he's a good content creator. Yeah, the D21 is the weird one, right? No, I don't have... I mean, I have a lot of dice, but I literally have just like a bag of dice that I bought once, and it's all the dice I use. I'm not a dice collector. The only dice that I have that are collector dice are dice that people have given me. So, like, I have these weird dice that are sort of circular, even if they're not circular. Like, that's a D6. It's a D10. I got these given as a gift. They're pretty cool. Here's the D20. So they're sort of like little balls. Yeah, they're pretty cool. These were given to me a gift by my friend Endo, who is a fairly fun, I don't know how successful he is, but he's a fairly funny TikToker. He's a TikTok boy. Should we spin the wheel again? Probably. Boop! It's Jonathan, aka Yonatan. This is my first time making a homebrew subclass, and I love lightning-based stuff, so that's the inspiration. Oh, we saw some lightning-based stuff earlier. Oh, Jonathan! Jonathan. You didn't read the rules, Jonathan. You didn't read the rules. Oh, man. What's such sadness across the lands? Guys, let's hear it for Jonathan. They did not follow the rules. They did not make their item publicly available. Or whatever they sent. Their subclass. We wish you well, Jonathan. We wish you well. And we hope the wheel shall shine some light upon you in the future. And that was Jonathan. Sort of a shorter piece. It's Jack, Abyssal Dragon. All right, let's see. These items are really interesting mechanically, maybe broken, but maybe not. All right, well, as always, if you send in a bunch of stuff, I just look at the first one. Not really gonna hunt. Let's see. Okay, did I pick the right thing? Why is this? I feel like I might not have clicked the right thing. Oh, I did. Okay, weird. All right. Yeah, this text style is not easy on the eyes as the reader. You really should if you're starting with a .txt file, it is going to majorly benefit you to take the time to change it into a Word document file and go through the effort of making it look readable. And by making it look readable, I mean picking a font that is a little easier on the eyes. And if you're looking for a suggestion for what fonts work better for when you're reading a text document for Homebrew, I include a whole bunch of them literally in the form to fill out. So we can have a Trinket of Magic Mastery. A legendary trinket requires attunement by a character who's a full spellcaster. Okay, I guess you could say it that way. You don't include all the full spellcasters here. Why is the bard not here, for example? Whenever you expend a spell slot with this item on your person, don't say may, say can. Abyssal! You have been on my stream before. Why are you still writing may? You can treat it as though the spell slot were 1d4 levels higher. This is stronger than an artifact that already exists. There is an artifact in D&D that does this. This is significantly stronger than it. So what I would say is, if you want to make an item this powerful... Oh, warlocks too, yeah. Why aren't warlocks on the list? If you want to make a spell that's this powerful, you have to be cognizant of where that sits in other things. So there is a book called the Book of Glorious Goodness, the Book of Righteous Goodness. It's the good book. What's the book called? The Book of Good People, the Glorious Book of Exalted Deeds or something. So this is the Book of Exalted Deeds. Warlock is a full caster. It's just a different sort of full caster. So here's the Book of Exalted Deeds, okay? It does a couple things, but the main thing that it does is any spell slot you expend to cast a wizard or cleric spell, you gain a spell slot. The spell is cast at 1 level higher. And it does get a couple other things, right? You get a little wisdom boost. You can make a little halo of light that helps ward things off. But holy moly, none of that is nearly as powerful as you're not just raising the level of the spell. You could be casting the spell up to 3 levels higher. Every single spell. I'll tell you what. This item would work if it was a once-a-day item. And if it wasn't 1d4 minus 1. I think it would just be like... I mean, 1d4 minus 1 might be okay, actually. But if it was a once-a-day item, it might be okay. Might. Yeah, maybe up to a maximum of 6, for example. Yeah, because you can't cast higher than 9th level spells anyway. So I think up to 6 would make a lot of sense. I agree with that. Also, I don't know why it's limited to... I don't know. I feel like this would be a fun spell to give a half-caster. Or a fun thing to give a half-caster. Oh, that's an interesting idea. If you make it 1d4 minus 1, it can backfire and cast it lower. But then what happens, right? Because if you use a 5th level spell to cast a 5th level spell... Or if you use a 5th level spell slot to cast a 5th level spell... What does that mean? You can't downcast a spell. So I wouldn't actually do that. What's wrong with writing may? It's just grammatically incorrect when you're using it to describe D&D writing. It makes you come off like you're... I mean, you could do it if you want to, but it comes off a little sloppy sounding. A good way to think about it is may denotes permission and can denotes ability, but it's just not a thing that... It's one of those lizard brain things. It's a thing that the lizard brain notices. I would love this idea if it was only for half-casters. That was kind of a neat idea, too. So, yeah, I think it's a neat idea. I'll tell you what it's missing. It doesn't really have any flavor to it. And I think it's okay if you make an item that just does a single mechanic and there's no real story behind it, or there's, it's really just what it says on the tin. There's a lot of magic items that do that. I think it's a little tricky when you make the magic item of this power level, because normally the only magic items that are of this power level, they do have a story to them. And they are artifacts, and if you're going to make an item that's that powerful that doesn't have a story to it, it's just going to feel a little odd. Hello, fire. Those are my thoughts. I don't really have more to say than that. It's a very simple, straightforward item. It's just very strong. The boon of spell mastery already exists. You just get another 9th level spell slot if you already have one. Yeah, then maybe don't call it the trinket of magic. I mean, magic mastery and spell mastery are different. But I agree with that. I agree with that. So maybe come up with a different name for it. But that's okay. It's kind of impossible for something to get legendary artifact level without a kind of how in the backstory. I think you can do it with legendary items. Like a great legendary item is the Cloak of Invisibility. It just lets you cast invisibility at will. That's literally all it does. So you don't, like, I could see not having a story in that, because it's like, what's the fucking story there? You know what I mean? But yeah, you want to have a story when you can. All right, Abyssal, I don't really have more thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Abyssal a big old round of applause. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, crap. It's Aiden. What do you think is the most fun thing to homebrew when you make homebrew, Cinder? I really enjoy items. I think my favorite thing to homebrew is probably subclasses. Probably. It depends. I don't like homebrewing if I don't have a vision or like a plan. So I like the problem solving of... I like subclasses because designing a subclass kind of feels like problem solving. Oh, magic items are fun too, but they're very open-ended, you know? Problem solving is like a fun... I like feeling like there are limitations that I have to sort of work within, and then if I find something clever within those limitations, it's very satisfying. What's up, Speed Stinger? Dude, Earthen, it is not weird to love homebrewing full classes. Fucking everybody does. The problem is that people try to write whole classes before they understand what anything is. And it leads to these situations where somebody might spend 5 months on a class or 2 weeks on a class or really any amount of time building a class. And then it doesn't, the first and second level features don't really work well. And it's like, well, now you kind of have to rebuild the whole thing probably. Because it's like you're building off of these broken foundations, you know? It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens a lot of the time. Making a whole class is the hardest thing to write in D&D. No question. That doesn't mean it's the hardest thing to write up. Anybody can write a class. It's the hardest thing to do well. If you want to put a class on the list, you can. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not going to read the whole thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the first and second level features. And if it doesn't feel like a genuinely brand new class that holds its own and feels like it has its own unique identity by level 2, then it's not working as a class. That is pretty much the parameter that I stick to. And if you feel like, yeah, but it really comes online in the subclass at level 3, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We don't need to, we're not waiting for the subclass to feel like we have a class. If it does, will I read 3 and 4? I have in the past, Bildo. It is entirely dependent on how much I am enjoying reading it. So if I'm enjoying reading it, I might just read a lot of it. But if it feels like it needs a lot of work, I will probably stop earlier. And if it feels like it's not fun to read, I will stop reading it too. But that's how it always is, right? Like if your writing gets too hard to read, eventually I just have to stop. I've never done a whole class. You're lying. If a class depends on the subclass to function, the subclass should occur at first and second level. No class should be entirely dependent on a subclass to function, though. Then, you know, what is the class then? Even the fighter has a core class that has an identity. Yeah, no, literally every class in D&D feels radically distinct by level 2. The only one that arguably doesn't is the sorcerer. And that's it. Every single other one feels radically unique by level 2. Did anyone do the re-request today? I don't know. I haven't been... I don't have my mods chat open because it's harder for me to pay attention to everything when I'm streaming in 2 places at once. So I haven't actually seen if anybody's done any redeems for it. Maybe. Unclear. I can check right now, but I don't think so. Usually people will be like, excuse me. No, I can't tell. I'm not going to notice it right now. All right. That's just going to be a waste of everyone's time. All right, let's see here. Sorcerers and wizards being very similar at lower levels also seems to fit in the lore. A level 1 wizard or sorcerer are probably pretty hard to distinguish in the universe. The main thing that makes them different at level 1 is the amount of each of the spells they get and the wizard's book. That's pretty much it. Boop. Groundbreaker Artificer. Ah, another person that did not fill out the form properly. Love it. This is part of a Goliath-focused compendium I'm putting together. Hopefully to publish. All right, let's take a look at the Groundbreaker Artificer. So whenever we're looking at an Artificer, there are really a couple things we're looking out for. The main thing that we're looking out for is, does this Artificer accomplish the goal of Artificers in 5e? Because Artificers often do not. Your Artificer in D&D 5e is not nearly as much of a tinkerer as you want it to be, unfortunately. And the way subclasses work for Artificers is that in 5e, an Artificer subclass is a specialization of machine you build. And that's pretty much what it is. So when you're looking at your Artificer subclasses, that's kind of what you're looking for. This guy, this Groundbreaker, should have a specialized machine or a specialized type of spellcasting that they do. Or not spellcasting, but like a special... Yeah, literally, they should basically have a special machine. Oh, hey, Gina, what's up? I'm on the big screen? I was born for the big screen. Is it alright if my homebrew link is to D&D Beyond? Yes, just make sure it's publicly available. The way to check is to open it in an incognito window. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. How come there's only one... this is not a whole subclass. Did you intend to not send me a whole subclass? This is just 3rd level. Okay. I mean, we could just review 3rd level, I guess. That's fine. Groundbreaker. Setting up camp takes significant time and effort. And so many Goliath Artificers bend their efforts towards making the process faster and easier. Groundbreakers will often range out ahead of their parties, finding and clearing campsites and preparing... oh my god, Jesus fuck. How long is this sentence? Holy shit. Can I read this whole sentence to you? Fuck my face. Groundbreakers will often range out ahead of their parties, finding and clearing the campsite and preparing things before everyone else gets there, or they will use their magic to provide greater creature comforts during even short rests. Dude, drowned this sentence, please. Drowned it. Like, shove it in the fucking river. Hold it down until its legs shake. Do not wait until there's been like 18 seconds of no motion. Okay, what is the point of flavor text, guys? What is the point of flavor text? It's to get us excited to read the homebrew. It's to get us excited. Look, 2 people made the same joke. It's to get us excited to read the homebrew. That's it. To set the mood. Yeah, that's it. This is a very long sentence that is not really telling us... You get, like... Okay, get rid of both of these opening sentences, first of all. This first one also doesn't say anything. One of the other things that happens a lot of the time when people write homebrew is they write a lot of homebrew. They open up with a sentence that doesn't matter, and that's what you're doing here. This sentence doesn't say anything. This is an introduction to the second sentence. We don't need an introduction to the second sentence. Just start with the second sentence. Groundbreakers are Goliath Artificers that specialize in carving a path and clearing campsites. Period. They use their specialized magic to provide greater creature comforts and help with long travels, period. Something like that. But please break this up. Oh my goodness. Please, please, please break it up. Experienced Groundbreakers are also called on to step up. If you're ever writing a sentence and you have words, you have one of these situations. Look at this. Called on to set up. That is, there's a better way to say that. There's a better way to say that. Oh, the link. Sorry, I got you. Here it is for YouTube. Here it is for Twitch. You could even just say experienced groundbreakers set up permanent fortifications. Or work as sack, or like, they don't need to set to work as. They can just work as. So you can literally just say experienced groundbreakers sometimes set up permanent fortifications or work as sappers to destroy enemy defenses, period. So you're using just like a lot of extra words here, and it's making you waste so much precious space. I wish we got a little bit more vibe and less like this like crunchy, bricky language. What is this music? All right. So let's see what we get at 3rd level. Yeah, sure. You can send the fixed link. Not in YouTube, you can't, though. Actually, maybe you can? I don't know. Where are you going to send it? You want to post it in the Discord? If you post it in the Discord, I'll take a look at it. Okay, we get proficiency in mason tools. Fine. And we get some spells. Create or destroy water, earth tremor, locate plants or animals, spike growth, erupting earth, Galder's Tower, control water, hallucinatory terrain, commune with nature, legend lore. Why don't we get tensors? Why don't we get I feel like you're missing some really good stuff here. Tensor's floating disk would be perfect for this. It would be perfect. It's edited in the form. Okay, there you go. Here's the form again, properly filled out. For all you jabronis out there. Yeah, you're missing a lot of opportunities here. I think Tensor's floating disk. I think Unseen Servant. I think Private Sanctum. I think Tiny Hut. I'm kind of surprised we're not getting any of those spells. I would think about that a little bit. At least based on the way you wrote this in the flavor text, it seems like these guys are more about setting up camps than they are about, like, forging the terrain. So if they're about setting up camps and shit, give them more camp setup stuff here. And if they're more about forging the terrain, make that clear in the writing. Yeah, legend lore, there's literally no reason for legend lore to be here. Okay, what do we get? You learn Gust, Mold Earth, and Shape Water. They don't count against the number of cantrips you know. In addition, Mold Earth affects solid, natural, but not worked stone. This is pretty strong. I would probably drop the solid stone thing. I might even make you pick one of these cantrips. In fact, I probably would just give you Mold Earth. I would not give you Gust and Shape Water here. Why does this have so many things going on? Oh my god. Ugh, this is the problem with artificers. People don't know how to design them without taking up 100 words. Set camp. At 3rd level, your pursuit of magical utility has borne fruit. You are able to create campsites and fortified locations with incredible speed. Using carpenter's tools or mason tools, you can take an action to magically create a campsite. As an action? This is all as an action? You don't ever take actions in D&D. The way that you would say that is, as an action, you can bop, 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 bop. As an action, you can magically create a camp structure in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. The camp, it lasts for 1 hour before disappearing unless there is sufficient quality of natural material, such as lumber, available to use. What? In which it's permanent. This is going to lead to an argument. There needs to be, if you're going to make it so it can potentially be permanent, you need to be very explicit about how it can and how it can't. This is every single, if you leave it like this, Every single time I use this feature, I have to negotiate for it to be a permanent structure. And as a dungeon master dealing with this feature, every time my player uses this feature, I have to do math and figure shit out. Like, not math, but I have to figure out how it's going to work mechanically. So this is not a way to balance this. Make it something specific. If instead you use an hour to make it work, then this is then you can summon, then it can be permanent or something. What does prep have to do with it? Have to do with what? What does Legend Lore do? Legend Lore tells you a secret about something. You learn like a poem about something and its history. Generally takes an hour of work to collect enough material for a single camp structure. Again, what is a single camp structure? Is that a tent? Is that a wall? Is that a torch? I don't know. We're getting no specifics here. And I'm worried that you're trying to figure out how to build Minecraft, or I'll tell you what I don't want to see. I don't want... Oh, man. See, this is what I don't really want to see. I don't really want to see the specifics of every single structure. I feel like that's going to be fucking tedious because you're not really playing Minecraft or Fortnite. You're playing D&D. Once you've created a number of camp structures equal to your proficiency bonus, you can't create any more until you finish a long rest or until you expend a spell slot. Okay. Oh, man. You're going to be so sad when I say this, but I think that this mechanic you probably need to rebuild almost entirely. I have an idea, though. Okay. You can make a tent. You can make a cistern. You can make a platform. You can make a hearth. Okay. Here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going to do. This is what I would do. Completely fucking simplify this, okay? As an action, you can summon a structure at a point you can see within 30 feet of you or on the ground in front of you. When you use this feature, pick one of the following structures and then you list them and you write house. You write like, hut, cistern, platform, hearth. And then you say, hut. This is a 10-foot by 10-foot roofed structure that can be fortified and used to sleep in. Cistern. It's a thing that has a lot of water in it. Platform. It can be up to 20 feet tall and it can hold one creature. It has a ladder and a little rope bridge or something. Hearth. It creates fire that emits light and warmth in a 20-foot radius. And then you can summon a number of those structures equal to your proficiency bonus. And they each should probably last, some amount of time that is not that long. But building a camp, like this is a frustrating amount of words to get to. Essentially, you can build a campsite. None of these are doing anything that evocative. They literally are normal buildings. Like, this is not a gameplay mechanic in D&D. This is a gameplay mechanic for a survival simulator. So, I'm going to be honest, I don't think any of these really work. They work, but this is a lot of words to justify something that most people hand wave at the table, is all I'm saying. It's a lot of work to justify tents and water and fire. Like, look how many words you've had to write on this page to get to that. That's too many words. If the idea that you're trying to get across can't be gotten across in at most as many words as it is what it does, it's not a feature. It's just you writing ideas down. I don't know if it seems cool if you're doing a really down and dirty survival game, because then it just lets you not do the survival game. Like, it's like half of a survival game mechanic, but not of any of the fun parts. You just get all of the structures that you would normally get, and they don't do anything magical or unique. And that's it. That's all they are. It's just regular structures. Stream is still going, too. So if I was going to be doing this, I probably would make them almost like the druid shamans, like the shaman totems the druid can make. The what's it called? The Path of the Shepherd druid, the Circle of Shepherd druid, where you can like pick or better yet, look at another artificer. Look at actually literally any artificer. but we will quickly grab one. The artillerist. You know, they have a special little dog robot monster. And it has one of 3 forms. This is how yours should be written. You can build this, and you pick a structure and you can build that, but then it needs to actually do something. Okay, we're gonna move on. But I will say, I'm just gonna reiterate, this is a 3rd level feature that literally does nothing but takes half a page to explain. At 5th level, when you cast a spell using your Mason's tools, any structure that takes damage from that spell takes twice the damage. Okay, so the way that you would write this mechanic, because this is a mechanic that just exists in D&D, is you would say, your spells deal double damage to objects and structures. That's it. You don't need to say more than that. For a 5th level feature, this is kind of underpowered. It's very situational. I probably would not make this the 5th level feature. I probably would... I mean, I understand why you did it, but I feel like it's too specifically not useful in combat. 5th level is where every artificer gets a big jump in damage. Big powered damage jump. We're not getting that with this artificer. This damage is going to be not relevant most of the time. It doubles the maximum damage. What does that even mean, actually? What is doubling the mass? I'm assuming that that's just a mistype. So how does doubling the... Earthen, first of all, what do you mean maybe? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you saying maybe because you're trying to be, like, condescending? Or are you saying maybe because you're not confident in your ability? I'm not sure. Either way, what you're saying is stupid. Because you should be confident in your ability, but also, if you're condescending in your chat, I'm going to just never talk to you again. Because this is still... What does it mean to maximum the possible damage of a spell? How does that work? Let's say I cast Thunderwave. Thunderwave does 3d8 damage. The maximum possible damage is 24. So that means the maximum possible damage is 48. How the fuck do you write those things down? Because you're not doubling the maximum damage, you're just doubling the damage, right? Because you're not rolling any more dice. This doesn't say whenever you cast a spell, you roll more dice. It says you double the maximum damage, which technically does nothing. You know? Because if you're not actually rolling more dice, you're not actually doubling anything. So you're not doubling anything. So the maximum possible damage means nothing. So I would probably just make it siege. But again, I don't think that's the solution to this. I would put something else at 5th level. I don't really know what yet. Maybe... I mean, I guess, you know, I would probably... I don't know. Like, this could be a 3rd level feature, honestly. It's kind of a nothing burger feature. It's one of those features that, like, might be really fun in your game, but in 99% of games, it's not going to come up most of the time. Oh, Thunder, it would just deal maximum total damage flat? Oh, yeah, that's too much. I disagree with that. I very much disagree with that. That's overcompensating. And you've shot the golf ball into the lake. And then we get a bunch of other structures. The logic behind the structures growing at 3rd level and then again at 9th level makes sense, but I 100% disagree with this system. I don't think this is a fun gameplay loop you've created. You've created a situation that requires so much effort for the Dungeon Master, and then also is going to take up so much time. Like, every single time there's a battle map, it's like you're playing Legos on the battle map, and I just don't think this is the move. I just don't think it's the move. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The details of these individual ones, it doesn't even matter. I genuinely think you need to go in a different direction than automatically summoning structures that you, like, combine together to build a camp. Because, again, it goes back to what we were talking about with the other people. Are you trying to literally build a character where the only special things they get is that they can build structures that are ordinary structures that anyone can build just fast? Or are you trying to build a subclass that can feel like the kind of subclass that would be good at doing that? And they get features and abilities that lend themselves to seeming like someone that would be good at doing that. Like, I feel like it would make way more sense if this subclass was a subclass about you building, like, an excavator that you could drive around and you could do excavation stuff with. Let's see what we get at 15th level. Yeah, I mean, that could literally, it could be like, as an action, you can place a wall in a spot you can see that's like 10 feet by 5 feet, and all creatures that, creatures standing within 5 feet of it have 3/4 cover. Yeah, that would be that would make 1,000,000% more sense. But that's what I mean. Like, turning it into stuff that you can actively use. None of this is stuff you can actively use. None of it. So that's sort of what I meant by, like, looking at the shepherd druid's totems. They are placed in an area and they have an effect. Weaponizing mold earth could be interesting too. Yeah, that could be interesting, true. Maybe the structure idea would be cool if it functions as a utility, like being able to do a wall of force. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't exactly do wall of force in Arcane Eye, but something like that could be cool. I mean, I think that's kind of what Radiant was suggesting. And then at 15th level, we just get more structures. Okay, yeah. So I like the idea of a guy that summoned things, but I think that your core concept doesn't work. I think that the structure system it just doesn't fly. You went much too far in that direction, Earthen, but the problem is the out of combat utility you made wasn't really utility. Because I'm going to tell you something right now, and I don't mean to be rude, but do you know what's another way that you could say literally everything you get at 3rd level, this whole thing, you could just reflavor as a single sentence. You are always able to build a campsite or something like that, right? You know what I mean? Like this is a non-feature. And then most of these defensive things, they're also kind of non-features. Because, like, I see we get a spike barrier, but we don't really know what it does. I see that it provides some cover. But do this, I don't know. I disagree with, why do we, like, the gate? This is never going to get used. So I think you need to move. I think if I were you, I would push back against the core concept of summoning structures where you get a shit ton of structures and none of them are particularly interesting, and you have to, like, build them together into something that makes sense. I would lean, because that's just going to take such a long time to do also. Like, can you imagine this person taking their turn? Oh my god. So I would probably try to make it more streamlined and look at the end goal. Do you know what I mean? Look at the end goal. So if the goal of the entirety of the 3rd level feature is you can build a campsite, then just, what does that mean? Well, lean in that direction. I don't even mind a character changing the battle map around a little bit, but that's really the only thing we're getting out of this. So it's just going to be way too much of that. Yeah, D&D is also a combat simulator, as much as you might not want it to be. You don't need to play it like a combat simulator, but you need to respect it like one in terms of your game design. I don't really have more thoughts. I love the idea of a artificer that is a structure builder, where you're building more permanent structures, but I think that pretty much from the ground up, this is a rewrite, in my opinion. I feel like there's not a lot I would keep here. I would keep mostly the idea. It's a very interesting idea, but I think it's It doesn't. It feels almost unfocused, and it feels it feels a little too unfocused in terms of the action, and then the structure building system is just not for me. All right, that was Earthen. Let's give Earthen a round of applause. All right. You thought it was going to be an Artificer Ranger, like a Scout Rogue? It did kind of feel like that from the flavor text. It didn't really feel like a builder. It felt like a Scout. I agree with that. Okie dokie. Thank you for sharing. Guys, if you don't get spun on the wheel today, remember, we do more of these, and I will be back on Wednesday. I am not going to be streaming Homebrew tomorrow. And that's not true. I am streaming tomorrow, but we're going to be playing games. Is Jack still in chat? Abyssal, you mean? Maybe. Or a different Jack? Who knows? We have 3 Jacks in chat these days. Do you need to resubmit for later streams? Yes. If your thing is not spun, I do not keep anything. Isn't Wednesday call-in show? It is for now. I might, depending on how much. Yeah, Jackie is bad. There's also Jack Barrett. It's another person. Right now Wednesday is planned to be a call-in show, but we might move that around a little bit. You just want a single review? Ah, maybe you'll get one day. I want you to get it too. Let's pray to the wheel for you. Yeah, the one running wheel wouldn't work. Also, it's sort of weird because it's like, if I kept you on the wheel and then I rolled you tomorrow, and you might just not come to stream tomorrow, and then you wouldn't know. So the way that we do our system, you know every stream that your homebrew might get rolled in because you submitted it that day. Alrighty. Boo! Undine. Undine. Whenever I see Undines, I think of the song Jolene. Do you guys know that song? Undine, 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 Undine. I've been MIA for a while with school. No worries. I thought I'd drop in since I had it. It's a creature I'm using for an Underdark dungeon crawling campaign I'm starting, and it fits into a group of wolf-like creatures I've made for said campaign. Wish me luck. It'll be my first time DMing more than a one-shot. I do wish you luck, Undine. I like when people get the references. This is the Rot Jaw Ravener. Good name. Of course, who's not a Dolly Parton fan? If anybody pretends they're not a Dolly Parton fan, one of 2 situations has happened. They have a misconception about Dolly Parton and her music, or they're lying to you. There are plenty of people that think Dolly Parton is not a good musician, and it's because they have no idea what her music is. They've never actually heard it. There is such a big difference between country and pop country. Dolly Parton is one of the best country singers of all time. Amazing musician. Amazing musician, amazing person. Like, just a legit good person and a fantastic musician. And like, true country singer. Yeah, she's up there with Cash for sure. You have heard her music. It would be impossible for you not to have. You just might not have recognized that it was hers. What songs? Jolene. Jolene is my favorite Dolly Parton song. Is it possible to get a link to one of her songs? Fucking look her name up. Dolly Parton. Very easy. You can do it. You're on a phone or a computer. Yeah, Google song, Google Jolene song. You will find it. All right, let's take a look at this monster. Did I post it in the chats? I intended to. What if you don't have the internet? Well, then how are you watching me? You silly goof. Oh, you're watching me on a dishwasher? Oh, yeah. All right, that'll do it. Yeah, then I guess you can't really learn about Jolene, but you can get some really clean dishes. This is a CR2 monster, little guy. Let's see. We got some do your math right for your hit points. Do your math right for your hit points. Undine. Guys, do you know how to do math for monster hit points? Here's a little fun fact, okay? Here's 2 facts about monster hit points. Their hit die is determined by their size. Large creatures have a D10, medium creatures a D8, etc. Fun fact number 2, their constitution modifier, multiplied by the number of hit die, needs to equal this little bonus. And that's how you calculate their hit points. And it's exactly the same as you do for player characters. So if this guy has got a +2 to his con, and he's got 6 hit die, this should be a 12, not a 6. So it's exactly the same. And this is the same for stat block stuff too. And it looks like they did it right here. So if your attack, for example, if the monster attack uses strength, it's the same thing as a player character. You take the strength modifier plus the proficiency modifier, and that's their plus to hit. A mirror reflection link? Never. I don't want you to get lost in the mirror. So do all your math right, please. All right, moving on. It's a quick little guy, 50 feet. It's not a little guy, he's large. Very few hit points for being a large creature. I guess technically it is more than that. It's 52, technically. It's got athletics and perception. It's got keen hearing and smell. While in darkness, it has resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. I like this. This is a fun feature. The Shadow Dragon gets this, where they have certain damage resistances in darkness. The fun thing about giving damage resistances in darkness is that it allows certain types of spells and abilities that normally might not feel that helpful, especially if the party has dark vision, to be incredibly helpful. Like, like there's some features where it's like, it does this, this, and this, and you glow faintly in a 10-foot radius, but like, that's all it does. Well, now glowing in that 10-foot radius is like going to be majorly beneficial. I like this. I think this is cool. Whenever you can give monsters things that the players can change based on their, like, picking up on clues and, learning, like, using tactics, that is a good thing to do, because that is another example of giving players agency. So if you want to give a player something, like, as soon as the player figures out that light turns off damage resistance, now it becomes a game of let's figure out how to keep light on this thing, It also, in a weird sort of way, is an opportunity for you to make your monsters a little stronger than maybe it's appropriate. Because if you take a monster and you give it a very powerful feature, like, for example, damage resistance across the main damage types, especially at CR2, but then you also made it so it was very easy to turn off, such as creating light, it kind of balances it out, Does Fireball count as light? I don't think it counts as long-term enough light for it to count, because you would cast Fireball and then it would ignite, but then the Fireball would be gone, and then it would be someone else's turn. But any spell, you could set something on fire to make it count, probably. But the spell itself wouldn't. It's magical, though. It doesn't matter if it's magical or not. It still only lasts as long as it lasts, and with specifically magical damage dealing spells in D&D, they usually say very explicitly if they set things on fire or not, and I'm pretty sure Fireball does. I know Firebolt does. You just realized your math was wrong? Great. They have multi-attack. They got a bite and a rot vomit. They make 2 bite attacks. Oh, they hit fucking hard. 2d8 plus 3. Why is it 2d8 plus 3? I'd probably make it 1d8 or 1d10. That's a big hit for a CR2 guy. I guess it's not totally unreasonable. It's sort of like a skeletal minotaur. What do they get? This is reminding me of the minotaur skeleton. I think they're CR2, and I think they also hit for 2d8. Let me just check. Oh, they do 2d12 or 2d8. Okay, it's a little bit more reasonable, but it still feels a little high. I still think I would go down a little bit. And it knocks them prone. Yeah, I'd probably make it 1d10 or 2d6. You didn't know that was a creature? Everything's a creature. And then it has rot vomit twice a day. It targets a prone creature. The creature has to make a con saving throw. They take poison damage and necrotic damage, and they're restrained as it hardens over them. Oh, that's cool. A creature can use its action to make a strength check to break free. I like that a lot. Okay, here's what I'm going to suggest. Can I make a big suggestion here? Lower the bite damage substantially. Lower it to something like a D10 or a D8. Don't make rot vomit once per day. Just make it a thing you can do. Lower the damage from 1d10 and 1d10 to 1d6 and 1d6. And make it so that not only is the creature restrained, but every turn they start restrained, they take more necrotic damage or more poison damage, as it's like the acid, as like the vomit is like burning them as they're stuck underneath it. That's what I would do. Make the bite a little weaker, make the rot vomit more dangerous the longer restrained you are. And then I think you'll be in a good spot. What is it half rounded up is usually a good gauge of how strong something is. If you say so. You sound like a madman. You've heard of Dolly Parton before? Nice. Oh, yeah, those are my thoughts. I think there's some fun stuff going on here. I think the bite needs to be... You know, the rot is where the interesting is. You know what I mean? Oh, Ruler of the Sand. Figured out that there is a bit limit on emotes. Yeah, I don't like the spamming of him. Yeah, I think it's a fun monster. I would just lean into the vomit because the vomit's cool. And I don't think we need to limit it because it's not that strong. And it's taking away a bite, you know? Oh, I didn't even see Moonlight sensitivity. It takes 5 radiant damage when it starts its turn in Moonlight. Cool. That's just cool. Cool. Cool flavor. Cool. High five. High five. Cool. Love it. All about it. Undine. There's a little bit of to work on here, but dude, this is solid. This is a really solid monster. You should be like, you should feel good about this. To me, this is a pretty solid low-level monster. I think he is saying that Moonlight thing is covered by the resistance being canceled out in the light. What? I don't think so. These are separate. This only happens under Moonlight. This happens under any light. Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Undine. Let's give Undine a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okie dokie. You'll be back to stream to send 10 cents worth of bits? Nice. Every stream? Alright. I'm holding you to that. You said you're coming every stream. Oh, that was a double. You see, it did the double notification. Okay. Okie dokie. Thank you, Undine. You have a D&D session today? I have a D&D session tomorrow. I'm very excited for it. Dear Wheel, we have been together for 4 hours. Please help me out. You can't sound desperate to the wheel. You gotta sound confident and caring. It can read you, you know? It can see... It definitely prefers, like, confidence and brevity. It doesn't really, like... It does not get... The wheel does not give pity. It also does not like being told what to do. It's a fickle beast. But a glorious one. Alright, should we give it a spin? Speaking of glory. Boo! It's Zach the Lit. Zach the Lit. What you got for us, Zach? I saw Zach in the stream earlier today. Hey, this subclass is balanced around requiring the ranger to be in melee. That's okay. That's okay. Oops, wait, where did you go? Why did you leave? There you are. But you don't want it to... You don't want to punish it for not being in melee. The Uncanny Aberrant. That's a fun name. Good night, Abyssal. Here it is in Microsoft YouTube. Here it is in Amazon, Google, Twitch, or whatever. Isn't the range in Ranger? Who's to say? Who's to say? Why is this so many words? Holy shit. How long is this? It's hard to judge when you don't double column it. How long is this actually? This is a pretty long subclass. You might need to cut some of these words out. All right, let's take a look at what we're getting. If you need help with D&D Beyond subclass stuff, I encourage you to ask for help in my Discord or to just use Google Docs. It's way easier. Ranger subclass, Uncanny Aberrant. Obsession can change a person. To focus your every waking moment on the goal of hunting down a single life can see you... What? To focus your every waking moment on the goal of hunting down a single life can see you, whether you recognize it or not, become it. Holy fuck. Who sent me this? Zach, come on, man. Why are you writing sentences like this? You're better than this sentence. This is, you know what this is? Do you know what this is? What you're trying to say is, if you stare into the abyss stares back into you. Or what you're trying to say is, spend enough time fighting monsters and you'll become a monster. First of all, if you're going to try to rewrite that quote, you can't write it like this. This is so fucked. The whether you recognize it or not, and to focus your... This is like, oh yeah. Oh my god, just cut this sentence out. I'm so sorry. Just cut it out. Figure out another way to say this idea. There are many rumors abound of hunter... Abound? Get rid of that. Also, stop. We don't need to talk about rumors here. Why are we talking about rumors? This is the flavor text of your subclass. Should you be talking about rumors? Or should you just be talking about things that are fucking awesome? All of these sentences are killing me. I don't even want to read it. I'm going to try to read it, though. There are many rumors abound of hunters giving into dark, unnatural magics in the pursuit of similarly unnatural beings which plague their lives and their minds. Dude, you literally said the same sentence that you said in the first sentence. You actually just said the same sentence again. What's wrong with abound? It comes off as pretentious. Also, it's not used grammatically correctly in this sentence. There are not rumors abound. Rumors might abound, though. But even then, it's like, don't write that way. And if you feel like it doesn't come off as pretentious, then I'm telling you, you need to humble yourself. So what you're trying to say with the first sentence is that if you focus your whole life on a single thing, you will take on some elements of that thing. That's the first sentence. The second sentence is saying is, if you spend your life pursuing unnatural magics, you will become... So the second sentence is saying, if you spend your life focusing on a thing, you will become like that thing. So you just said the same sentence twice, and both of them are so chonky. So get rid of both of them. Start them over. These hunters' efforts were always in vain. Why are we switching tenses? Don't start writing in past tense in the middle of a paragraph for no reason. For the beast they slew had birthed a successor in the Shadow of Vengeance. It's the same... Okay, I'm so sorry, Zach. We're going to get into the mechanics, but fuck me. This flavor text, you just wrote the same sentence 3 times in a row, and each time you wrote it, it was way too long, and it was incoherent. You literally can say all of this in one sentence. All of this can say... Here's what I'd say. Obsession can change a person. Rangers of the uncanny aberrant spend so long hunting those horrible things in the darkness that they become like them. Period. There you go. That is everything you just said. Michael has a suggestion. Uncanny aberrants adopt for their own... Uncanny aberrants adopt for their own benefit. Don't say it for the own... oh my god, don't say it for your own benefit like that. Uncanny aberrants adopt the unnatural and unholy magics they swear to fight against. Boom, done. Drop the for their own benefit. But there, yeah, I agree. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing actually gets. I tell you what, this might be a good sentence. I don't want to fucking read it. As an uncanny aberrant, you've become the host of revolting abnormal mutations against nature's design. It's hideous and unholy. Again, you're saying the same sentence twice. This is saying you have gross, unnatural stuff. This is saying the stuff you have is gross and unnatural. Stop repeating yourself, please. Make sure the core idea of each sentence is adding something new. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a paragraph where you're saying the same thing over and over again, but now you don't have any room to actually talk about this thing in detail. Let's see what spells we get. We get False Life, Alter Self, Slow, Death Ward, and Synaptic Static. Why are we getting Slow, Death Ward? Why are we getting Slow and Death Ward? I kind of get False Life. I definitely get... Oh man, this music from everything. I definitely get Alter Self. I kind of get False Life. I don't understand why we're getting Slow or Death Ward or Synaptic Static. Synaptic Static, I guess, because it's like, oh, it's Aberrant Magic. Is Synaptic Static a 5th level spell? Oh, it is. I thought it was higher level. All right. My B. And then at 3rd level, we get... I gotta change this fucking song. It's too close to other music. False Life is a really sad spell to give a ranger. I probably would try to find something a little bit more fun here. What's another spell that you could give someone at 1st level that would kind of feel like an aberrant, twisted mutation spell? Honestly, maybe even Detect Thoughts. Yeah, on a half-caster especially. I would try to find another sort of, like, alien spell. Maybe Cause Fear? Inflict Wounds? Sure. Detect Thought is 2nd level. You're right. Might be. I think Inflict Wounds is not a bad idea. It has to be a 1st level spell. Bestow Curse is a 3rd level spell. But, yeah, what fiction are we trying to sell with these ones? I'm not sure. I would lean into the you're changing, like, psychic mind explosion stuff or body horror stuff. I would lean into those 2 directions. Let's see. Also at third level, also please, if you ever have a document, guys, and you've got the title on one page and the text on the other, just, like, it's not that hard to fix. Look, I'll show you how I would do it. Just you know, hit enter. Looks a lot nicer. Tasha's Hideous Laughter is not a bad idea. Mind Sliver. Mind Sliver's a cantrip, guys. Arms of Hadar is first level. Arms of Hadar is really good. That's not a bad idea at all. Tentacles of Hadar. Yeah. That would be a good idea. You like the idea of cause fear? Feels like a blood hunter thing. Seems like the narrative of this class is about hunting individuals. So I think slow is so you can catch your target. Yeah, but it's not really about hunting individuals. It's about getting obsessed with, like, evil dark magic and then becoming dark magic. That's not really being a hunter. That's just getting corrupted by the things you fight. If the goal is to feel like a hunter, it's not working, and slow is not selling it. You also don't need to feel like a hunter anymore as a ranger. You have Hunter's Mark. You are a hunter. Dissonant Whispers would kind of fix too. Hex could kind of fix too, but Hex is kind of the same as Hunter's Mark, so I feel like it wouldn't be as good on a ranger. Okay, let's see what's going on with our third level feature here. Debilitating Infestation. You cause unnerving growths to take form in your enemy's wounds, such as eye stalks, crooked bones, witches' nails. This is too much flavor text. We don't know what's happening here. Let's just dive in. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can deal 1d4 acid damage to the target, which can take this extra damage only once per turn. The affected creature takes 1d4 penalty to the next ability check they make. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to make you so sad. Why can't you do this? What's wrong? What is this feature doing? This feature is doing there's two things happening here that are a big deal. I'll tell you what the feature does, and then I want to know if you can tell me the two things that are happening here that need to be addressed. Basically, when you hit a creature, you can deal an extra 1d4 acid damage to them, but a creature can only take that damage once per turn. And then the affected creature has a minus 1d4 penalty to their next ability check, attack, roll, or saving throw. Nope, it's not that it's a free action. That's not the issue. It's not that there's no limit. These are all really good guesses. They're good guesses. They're good guesses. Poison and Bane. You're dancing with it. You're dancing with it. You're dancing with it. Are you guys familiar with the Fey Wanderer Ranger by chance? Do you know the Fey Wanderer Ranger? Because this feature is reminding me a lot of the Fey Wanderer feature. Let's just look. So let's just remind us. When you hit a creature, you can do 1d4 acid damage. A creature can only be affected by it once per turn, and the affected creature takes a minus 1d4 penalty to their next attack roll, saving throw, or whatever. The Fey Wanderer Ranger. Look at that. Same exact feature. Literally, word for word, the exact same feature. Except, this one just does the damage. This one also essentially gives you Bane. It being limited to melee is not a big deal. It doesn't make a difference. It genuinely doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference for two big reasons. One, it's barely a handicap. And two, even if it was a handicap, it doesn't matter because this is not a unique feature. You can't argue that this is this is such a specific feature. This screams Fey Wanderer Ranger. It screams it. It's not poison damage, it's acid damage. Read it right, please. But also, this screams Fey Wanderer Ranger. Changing the damage type and changing the limit on how it can be used is not a change to how it feels at all. So I think you need to come up with a new thing here. And then the extra ability score, attack roll, saving throw thing, you just got, like, that's, like, what are you doing here? You're just making the feature so much stronger. So, if I were you, I would probably come up with a new damage mechanic here. I would not copy something that is so specific feeling as the Fey Wanderer, and I definitely wouldn't take something like the Fey Wanderer and then make it better, because the Fey Wanderer is good. I mean, they're all good. That's the thing. All the extra damage stuff is good. There's not really one that's bad. You would just make it the debuff? I feel like it's still really strong, even if it's just the debuff. That's still really strong. I would lean more into finding a unique way to deal damage. Yeah, the minus 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws is fucking huge. Making it melee only is really not a huge deal. It's really not. And if you think it's a huge deal, to me it speaks to you have not played with that many rangers. Or maybe you have not played with any Fey Wanderer rangers. Because I'll tell you what, the Fey Wanderer feature is also designed for melee players, melee characters. It is not limited to melee, but it's designed for it, because at 3rd level, you only have 1 attack unless you are fighting with 2 unless you're fighting with 2 light weapons to stab somebody with the second one. So this is also designed for melee characters, because it is just worse if you're fighting with 1 weapon fighting, ranged or not. So there genuinely is no argument for this thing being limited to melee only and having that be enough of it for it to get this extra bonus. But again, we don't even need to have this conversation. It's too similar to the Fey Wanderer. It's just too similar. Your creature type is monstrosity instead of humanoid. That's a pretty interesting big buff. You're proficient in intimidation, stealth, and gain a bonus to checks you make with those equal to your wisdom modifier. I think you fucking copied the Fey. This is also what the Fey Wanderer gets. This is just the same as the Fey Wanderer. The Fey Wanderer can also add their wisdom to some skill checks. Please, 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 make your own subclass. This is just the Fey Wanderer. There is precedent for not being a humanoid. There are plenty of D&D races that make you into Fey or other things. I think it's fine. The monstrosity is not the big deal. The big deal here is the only unique features we're getting at 3rd level are carboned copies of the Fey Wanderer. Which is a big deal. What if it requires a saving throw for the effect and it takes only a -1? Animated Gamer. That's gonna be tedious to run and frustrating. And no, man, I disagree. I think maybe you could do something like that later, but there's not at 3rd level. No, not at 3rd level. Like you're trying to figure out how to make it work in a way that you're removing it from it being anything. Yes, but instead of humanoid, it doesn't work if you aren't humanoid to begin with. Oh, that's a good point. So what you would say is your creature type changes to monstrosity. Yeah, tedious rolls every attack is not the move. A frightening effect might work better at 3rd level. I don't think that this should be tied to an effect if it's the damage thing, personally. Or if it is, you have to really limit its use, like the Gloomstalker, where you're not getting it every round of combat. What about acid? Screams this subclass? I think that people associate acid to body horror. There's a lot of monsters in D&D that are a little bit more Cthulhu Lovecraftian, and they almost always do acid or psychic damage. So acid is like... there's also spells like Primal Savagery, which is acid. There's a little bit of a precedent for it, but you associate with acid with insects. Yeah, I associate with weird creatures. I think insects a little bit, for sure, but also just general weird shaped creatures. Now I want to see what the Fey Wanderer gets at 7th level, because I hope we get something different. The magic of the Feywild guards you, advantage on charisma and frightened, and you can bounce a charm or a frightened back. Okay. This is a really, really, really cool feature, by the way. Let's see what we get. As a bonus action, you can unleash rampant mutations across your body. For 1 minute, or until you're incapacitated, you gain 1d10 temporary hit points at the start of each of your turns. If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points, the creature takes an amount of acid damage equal to your wisdom modifier. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay, I like this feature. I think this feature is mostly fine. The problem with this feature is you definitely can't give us false life at level 3 now. If we have a feature that is innately giving us temporary hit points, we are never, ever going to cast this spell. How do we feel about the additional damage? I think it's probably fine. This is the 7th level transformation of the Undead Warlock. Is it really? I don't think it is. The Undead Warlock, you get some of these things. You get the temporary hit points, but that's it. I think they're pretty different. The only similarity is the temporary hit points, but these are totally different. There's a misspelling of foul. Yeah, this is the bird type of foul, not the gross type of foul. So this is like the fortitude. This is like the fortitude of seagulls. You went chicken? You thought chicken? I immediately thought seagull. Everybody heals hit die during long rests. I don't think you need it. I don't think you need it as a racial ability. If I was gonna say, I think it would be a boring racial ability. I think it would be uninteresting. But if you want it, put it in there. But it would sort of feel like a nothing burger most of the time. Armor of Agathis, but it works even if you go through all the HP. Nice. I think 1d10 temporary hit points is not a lot if it only lasts a minute and you can only do it once a day. That being said, I do feel like our 7th level feature should not be a once a day feature. That feels weird here. But, you know, if that's the thing you want to do for it, I think that's probably fine. But from a power level, I think it's fine. Yeah, but they don't stack. Temporary hit points don't stack. So here's the situation. The way it works right now, this is the way that it works. I activate this ability, okay? At the start of my next turn, I roll a d10. I get 8 temporary hit points. Amazing. Nobody hits me. The next turn, I don't gain any temporary hit points. I roll a d10. If I roll a 9 or a 10, I gain those temporary hit points. But if I roll less than an 8, I just keep 8 temporary hit points. They don't stack. What is this music? This doesn't really scream monstrosity or aberration to you other than the flavor. Yeah. I think the vibe of this is supposed to be like your body is like growing these like acid calcium deposits or like acid flesh over you, I guess. What if you get to permanently keep half the temporary HP if you don't lose any HP? I wouldn't do that. I think that would be a very easy way to make it too strong. If you're getting hit every turn, it means you're reducing the damage by -5 each turn. It means you're reducing one instance of the damage by 5 each turn. But like, I mean, I guess that's true. But I don't know if that's, I don't know. I don't think that that's overly powerful. If it's for 1 minute once a day, I don't think it's that strong. And if you really thought it was that strong, you could move it up to 11th level, but it's really not that much. $1d10 every round is only... yeah, it's strong, but it's not strong if it's only for a minute and it's only once a day. Yeah, it's like a worse heroism. Exactly. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think everyone that's saying it's too strong is over worrying. Is there a subclass that gives you a few temporary HP each turn? Yeah, but I think it's the champion fighter, I think. Probably a paladin too. All right, let's take a look at the 11th level. Cruel Dominion. You channel your shared corruption with lesser creatures to command them as thralls. You know the animate dead spell doesn't count as... Oh my god, dude, you're just fucking copying the fucking Fey Wanderer. Stop it. The Fey Wanderer also gets a special summoning thing at level 11. I'll tell you what. This should not get a special summoning thing. There's no logic for that. I thought this was about you becoming like an evil monster from being in the dark. Stop copying the Fey Wanderer. Stop it. Make this its own thing. You are hampering your creativity when you do this. Demon Ferret. The Bear Totem Barbarian has so little to do with this subclass, it is really not worthwhile comparison. I don't think it helps the argument in either way. Okay, so what are we actually doing? We can no animate dead. It doesn't count against another spells. Fine. You can cast it once without a spell slot and regain the ability to every 24 hours. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I just don't. This is not the move. I ain't. Why are we now a necromancer all of a sudden? This is not, I just disagree with this so much, my guy. I'm sorry. I just don't think this is the move. This is yeah, I don't know. I just, no, I'm not feeling it. I'm really not feeling it. There's nothing that we got so far that indicates in any way that this thing should have minions. The only reason why getting a minion works at all on Fey reinforcements for the, Fey Wanderer is that it is a special type of casting of it where it only lasts a minute and you don't have to maintain concentration. So it's like a little thing you're throwing out. It's really not a minion, as opposed to these, which are like permanent undead minions that you just have now. I just don't see how it connects to the flavor here, or the mechanics that you built up so far. Like, I wish I knew how this connected to the other ideas, but it really just seems so out of left field. Let's look at the 15th level feature. You become an opposing force as eternal as the natural world you desecrate by being. Oh my god, what are you trying to say here? Why did you say by being? Why didn't you end the sentence after the word desecrate? Zach, you really, really, really need to start reading your sentences out loud. Or having someone else read them out loud. What kind of homebrew is being reviewed? Whatever kind you want. All the homebrew of the rainbow. Yeah, I would lean more into the alter self stuff too. That's what I thought it was going to do. I'm not really sure why we're suddenly summoning zombies. At the start of your end of your turns, you gain temporary hit points. Nope, we already gotten temporary hit points here. We don't need it here. They are added to any instance of temporary hit points you have, not including temporary hit points gained from this feature, instead of replacing them. Why? This is too strong. You can't just gain temporary... No, man, you just can't do that. There's no vibe to that. What do you... Like... No, we need something different. I'm so sorry, but we need something different. Creatures that force you to age take acid damage equal to 1d6 plus your level. What does that even mean? Like ghosts? This is very niche. Okay. I love the idea, but there's a lot that I think needs to change in here. First of all, this is way too fucking close to the Fey Wanderer Ranger. Second of all, some of these later features really don't feel like they connect. Third of all, I'm going to push back against this being a subclass where the theme is temporary hit points. I don't think that that is the move. I don't think that's the move. A Lovecraftian horror-style transformation? I mean, maybe for 15th level. I would actually probably make that the 11th level feature. And then the 15th level feature would be some, you know, some passive all the time on thing. I would look at aberrant monstrosities to see the kind of features they get and adapt. Ghost resist acid. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you got the idea in your head of temporary hit points and acid, and then you just didn't look back, and you decided that there didn't need to be more sinew other than acid and temporary hit points. And I think there needs to be more sinew here. I think we need some new mechanics. The Simic Hybrid is also a really good thing to look at for how your character could, like, get weird. It's a D&D race, but you could sort of pull ideas from that. If you wanted to have your person, like, growing new eyes or arms or stuff. Mind Blast at 15th level. Well, temporary hit points don't stack, but they did specifically say they stack here because I think they know they don't stack. But even then, it's like, that's a nothing burger feature. We don't want to sit forever in the world of temporary hit points. I just don't think that's the move. And I also worry that some of this temporary hit point stuff is going to, like, I don't know. I just don't think, I would strongly encourage you to take inspiration from things that already exist, but build it to be your own thing. And I would encourage you to step away from temporary hit points as the main way you're representing these aberrant changes. And those are my thoughts. I don't really have other thoughts. Ask and ye shall receive. Ranger that becomes the beast companion. Gaining dark vision and stuff would be an easy additions. Yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff like that. I think it's a really cool idea. I struggle with the way that it's being put together right now. But I think it is a really cool idea. You know me, I love the monster stuff. I'm all about monsters. Monsters are my favorite part of D&D. All right, let us say thank you very much to Zach the Lit for sharing their Aberrant Ranger subclass. A fun way to represent you changing might be at each level for you to, like, pick one of 2 or 3 things, right? Like, you know, at 3rd level, you grow some weird natural arm magic claw. At 7th level, maybe you get some extra sensory organ. Maybe at 11th level, something improves. And at 15th level, you get some, like, super once-a-day feature. Like, you can shoot dragon breath or a beholder eye beam or something. I don't know. That's kind of where my head goes. That's kind of where my head goes. But you should do whatever you want, obviously. You know, live your life. Live your truth. And all that other good stuff that you want to live. Live your life. Live your truth. Live your sandwiches. Whatever it is. All the things that you want to live. Live them. Live them, laugh them, love them. Okie dokie. Can I live the Cinder life? Yeah, sure. All you have to do is be really poor and make no familial ties and commit your time to reading other people's things on the internet. And then you too shall be like me. And then you too shall live my life. You shall live my life, and it shall be the life of mine that you shall live. Okay. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering. Friends, okay, we are going to start wrapping up soon. The question is, who should we raid? Who should we raid? I think we raid Caustic. Maybe, or we raid Perception. Who do we want to raid? What are you doing? What are you talking about, Caustic?
Long noodles that are unbroken are a thing of longevity, and fish is something. I can't remember what.
She's talking about fish.
Cakes. My family has never been a mooncake.
All right, that's what they're doing. Let's see. What are you guys up to? What do you guys? Who do you guys want to raid? Who do you want to raid? What do you want? Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah, we could raid Shadow Legends for sure. We could raid Shadow Legends. No, we're just gonna pick somebody. Do we want to raid somebody that we know, or do we want to raid somebody brand new that we've never seen before? But it would be fun to raid them because they're not used to having a lot of people on their stream. What do you guys think? Spin the wheel. New. All right, let's raid some rando then. We want to make sure that they have at least decent audio, I think, but that doesn't really matter. Let's see. No. Let's see. No. Let's see. Oh man, there's really not a lot going on right now. Raid the pantry. Make sure it's D&D if possible. You want to stay in D&D? All right. We can stay in D&D. That's fine. I like sending you to stuff that's not D&D. I think it's funny. But we can stay in D&D. Somebody suggested some music that I was listening to that I thought was like pretty good. It ended up being pretty good. Oh my god. All of these streams have been going on for like 4 hours though is the problem. Like we need to find a stream that hasn't been going on for 4 hours. Because they're all going to end soon if they've been going on for 4 hours, you know? Dork Tales? We could do Dork Tales. But we want to raid someone new. Talking XP. Oh, this might be. Let's see. What's their audio quality?
This type hill that you could travel down.
Not bad sound quality.
Cut.
All right, we're gonna raid Talking XP. I don't know who they are. They're playing D&D. They only got 11 people. Let's go show them some love. It's gonna be great. And we are gonna go give them a raid. Okay. And in the meantime, guys, I will be back. We will be back on Wednesday. We are going to have some more homebrew. We're going to have some conversations. People can call in asking stuff. Raiding does not work on YouTube. Technically it does, but it's really frustrating. And you can only raid people if you like have a back end thing with them. It's stupid. It's one of those things that YouTube is really stupid with. But we'll be back on Wednesday for a call-in show. And then Thursday for a homebrew show. And then tomorrow for some Minecrafting. We're going to be doing Minecraft for a little bit tomorrow. But short stream tomorrow. Because I got plans tomorrow night. But you guys are amazing. If you submitted homebrew tonight, thank you so much. If you got homebrew look at that tonight, thank you so much. If you just hung out, thank you so much. Everybody be good to each other. And I shall see you I'll see you tomorrow. And then I'll see you again Wednesday for a more proper long form stream. Thanks for everybody new. Y'all are wonderful. Have a great one. See you. Bye. Good night. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.